ridiculous.
And Kramer isn't even Kramer, he's Kessler. And written as a shut-in who never leaves the apartment.
Boy, the Mets blew it tonight, huh? Oh, what are you doing? Kessler, it's a tape!
Elaine doesn't exist in the pilot episode. Instead, there was Claire.
Decaf left, regular right. It's very challenging work.
The coffee shop waitress who worked at Pete's Luncheonette, a set left over from The Muppets Take Manhattan.
Excuse me, Pete. What is? Well, I thought maybe you might have some work here I could help you out with.
Even though it would air in a different order, the next episode produced was Male Unbonding. And it immediately felt more like the Seinfeld we all know and love. It had the right music, the sets looked more accurate, with Pete's Luncheonette becoming Monk's Cafe. George felt more neurotic, Kessler became Kramer with his usual crazy business ideas, and most importantly was the addition of Elaine.
Okay, so we make the first episode. I don't think anybody liked it that much. Okay, you can make a few more, but you need a real female character. All you've got is 3 stupid guys. When the network tells you what they think you should do, it is called a network note. Julia Louis-Dreyfus, who agreed to do this part with 3 stupid guys, this person is a network note.
And unlike 99% of studio notes, this one was actually a great idea. She was added mid-production, which is why she randomly shows up at the end of the episode in only one scene.
Come on, let's go do something. I don't want to just sit around here.
Okay.
Want to go get something to eat?
Where do you want to go?
I don't care. I'm not hungry.
It almost felt like the creators didn't really know how to include or explain her character. In the next episode, The Stakeout, Elaine is now fully immersed into the show, with the majority of the episode giving context to her and Jerry's prior relationship.
Pamela, do I know her?
Yeah, you met her when we were going out.
Oh, yeah, right.
Have you totally blocked out the entire time we were a couple?
And making sure that the episode's ending squashed any potential will they, won't they storylines in the future.
I mean, obviously, we have a little problem here.
Yeah, obviously.
I mean, if we're gonna be friends, we gotta be able to talk about other people.
Couldn't agree more.
The first season of only 5 episodes was rough, but the show's unique voice and mantra of no hugging, no learning was clear from the start. In the history of pilot reports, Seinfeld has got to be one of the worst of all time. I have it next to my desk. It says, overall evaluation, weak. The audience did not like the show, and that scared us. But we did manage to find money to film 4 episodes to hold the show intact by making one less 2-hour Bob Hope special. And it did okay. It was against repeat competition in the summer, and then we just took a deep breath and ordered 12 more. The second season aired in 1991, with some much needed changes. All the characters were now having their own storylines, which was a welcome change for Elaine, who never had her own storyline in the first season and never appeared in a scene by herself without Jerry present. Episodes like The Busboy started to highlight a staple of classic Seinfeld episodes where multiple storylines dovetailed, colliding at the end in this really satisfying way.
Get your hands off me! You go to hell! Mira, canto cabrón! Vete tú, carajo!
And it was in season 2 where Seinfeld really garnered its reputation as the show about nothing, especially in the episode The Chinese Restaurant, the day Seinfeld was born.
I remember the exact restaurant I was in with Larry, and we were waiting for a table, and I remember him writing the idea down.
I thought this could be a pretty funny idea. Waiting in real time. You get 23 minutes to do the show, whatever. Let's just have them wait 23 minutes for a table.
The premise for the episode is deceptively simple. Jerry, George, and Elaine wait for a table at a Chinese restaurant.
I'll be 5-10 minutes.
Masterfully set in real time, the episode takes on the qualities of this existential stage play. Nothing happens, but at the same time, so much is happening in this little space that reveals the realities and absurdity of everyday life and human behavior. Notably absent from the episode is Kramer.
When I wasn't in the Chinese restaurant episode, I felt hurt.
The reason why the character isn't in the Chinese restaurant episode is because that was part of the character. He didn't go out with them. If that episode had been written a year or 2 later, he would have been there.
The Chinese restaurant episode was so unique that I just wanted to be a part of that uniqueness because it was cutting edge. I knew that was a very important episode. so odd.
It was a vision that the executives at NBC did not share.
Am I missing pages? Are they trying to save money? I didn't get it. I read that script and I went, nothing happens.
Which again isn't true. Jerry, George, and Elaine all have little individual plot lines to track throughout. Jerry feels guilty. He pretended to be sick in order to get out of dinner at his uncle's house.
I told my uncle I had a stomachache tonight. You think he bought that?
While at the restaurant, he recognizes a woman he can't quite place, who turns out to be someone who works at his uncle's office, most likely blowing his alibi.
I am in big trouble.
The one you broke the plans with tonight?
Yeah, she works in his office.
George is trying to save face with a woman he abandoned the night before during sex because, as he put it,
and I begin to perceive this impending intestinal requirement.
Too embarrassing for the bathroom in her tiny apartment with no buffer zone. He tries to invite her to join them, but keeps losing the one payphone to other rude customers.
You know, we're living in a society. We're supposed to act in a civilized way.
And when he is finally able to leave a message for her, she calls back, but the host incorrectly calls out for Cartwright.
He yelled Cartwright. I missed it.
You're not Cartwright.
Of course I'm not Cartwright!
And finally, Elaine is starving and continues to get hungrier and hungrier. She's dared to steal a customer's egg roll, but chickens out.
What did she say? Someone tell me what she said. What did she say?
And then attempts to bribe the host for a table, which also fails miserably.
Denison 4!
To try and appease the network that was insistent that the episode lacked any normal story stakes or beats, the writers added a ticking clock device to add pressure on the characters.
Eventually we put in the clock, so we decided they were going to head out to a movie, and it was Plan 9 from Outer Space, was only playing one night, and it put some pressure and it ratcheted up the stakes.
They're all trying to grab a quick bite before seeing a one-night-only showing of Plan 9 from Outer Space, a 1959 sci-fi film which has grown its own cult following over the decades after earning the reputation as one of the worst films ever made.
Stop it, Dennis! I can't get it. It's jammed. Stop it, you fool!
This isn't plans 1 through 8 from outer space. This is Plan 9. This is the one that worked. The worst movie ever made.
But according to Larry David, once the final episode was handed in, they still hated it and did not want to air it, but eventually relented and dumped it near the end of the season once they were sure that the show would be canceled anyways. But, of course, the opposite happened. In Larry's words, it became one of the episodes that put the show into another category.
To me, it was the defining beginning of the anarchy of Seinfeld, and it was a great episode.
Unlike dramas, or even other sitcoms, you can't trace Seinfeld by way of its character arcs. Again, no hugging, no learning. Instead, it was about the logic, structure, and form of the show itself. The writers were more focused on what not to do, and how to play with expectations of what a sitcom could be. As Jerry Seinfeld put it in 1991, in describing how he works with potential writers on the show, "I tell them we don't want sitcom ideas. I tell them what we don't want to do, but it's hard to explain what we do want." What the episode proved was that the characters themselves, their interactions with one another, and the raw comedy they could extract from any situation was the backbone of the show, and quite frankly, more than enough. Seinfeld seems to be at its greatest when its own creators back themselves up against the wall, when they take the smallest premise, or joke, or problem, and see what they can mine from it. In this episode, that is all exacerbated by the small, singular space that the characters find themselves in, the lobby of this Chinese restaurant. It's as if the creators were saying to the executives and the audience, if we can do all this within a single space, just wait until you really get behind us and let us do our thing. The episode went on to inspire other bizarre episodes and plot lines that Seinfeld would become known for. Episodes that played with structure and locations, bottle episodes, episodes told in reverse. Another episode considered to be one of the series' best is the third season episode, The Parking Garage, where the group spends the entire episode trying to find Kramer's car in a parking garage.
Think we're the traffic? Of course we're the traffic. It's rush hour.
Isn't it going the other way?
There's no other way in New York. Everybody goes every way all the time.
The parking garage, though, does not take place in real time, and the group's movement throughout the space gives it a decidedly different feel. They end on different notes, too. The Chinese restaurant ends with the trio leaving and the host finally announcing that their table is ready just as the door closes behind them.
Seinfeld, ball!
They never reach their goal of the table, and perhaps if they stayed, they never would. In contrast, the gang does find Kramer's car, but the catch is it won't start. A resolution that has far less absurd and abstract ending than the Chinese restaurant, but one in which the main characters still lose in the end. The impact of the Chinese restaurant episode cannot be overstated. It proved the artistic visions of Larry and Jerry, proved the NBC executives wrong, or maybe it proved them right for sticking with it as long as they did, and proved to audiences that this was a show where they could expect things that they had never seen on TV before. But perhaps the greatest impact was on the cast, in setting the tone for the show they were making.
We table read the episode called The Chinese Restaurant, in which nothing happens. And that was the first time, honestly, where I remember thinking, this show may not last. But that wasn't the important thing for them. They had voices, they had craft, they had integrity, and they could only do the show that they could do. They weren't going to do someone else's show. They were going to write what they knew and what they believed in and either soar or sink on their own petard. And I was so suddenly proud to be a part of that effort.
Just talking? Well, what's the show about?
It's about nothing.
You gotta have a story.
Who says you gotta have a story? Remember when we were waiting for that table in that Chinese restaurant that time? That could be a TV show.
Hi everyone, thanks so much for watching this essay.
What the frick did I just drink? Oh, my inventory is full.
I have this Day Something Died series that I've been doing for about 3 years now. The initial idea for the series was to explore TV shows that started out excellent, but for one reason or another went downhill and lost the very essence of what made them so special. In pinpointing the exact episode or moment where this creative decline started. I've received lots of suggestions from my viewers for other properties to explore. One suggestion I keep getting is the day Parks and Recreation died. But let me tell you right now, that's never gonna happen. To me, Parks and Recreation is one of the best TV shows of all time, with a series finale that is so perfect and encompasses all the beauty, hope, and kindness that the show embodied. But it got me thinking. I've explored shows that start strong and eventually fall into mediocrity. What about those that start mediocre, but then gradually evolve into something great? Well, I can't think of a better TV show to kick off this brand new series than Parks and Recreation. So, Without further ado, I give you the day Parks and Recreation was born. The initial idea for what would eventually become Parks and Recreation began during the 3rd season of The Office, when Jim Halpert temporarily worked at the Stamford branch of Dunder Mifflin, and we were introduced to a new cast of characters, including Karen Filippelli and Andy Bernard. With the massive success of The Office, NBC went to writer-executive producer Greg Daniels looking for a spin-off idea. And the idea of just doing the same show on a different Dunder Mifflin branch seemed like an easy option, but fortunately not the option that Greg Daniels wanted to do. He teamed up with fellow Office writer Michael Schur to create another workplace comedy in a similar mockumentary style. Even though they tried to distance from The Office, it was already too late. When it was first in development, it was announced as Untitled Office Spinoff. The concept sounded similar enough, and the overlapping creative staff in front of and behind the camera led to an unfair comparison before the show even aired. Millions of viewers intrigued by the idea of an Office-style spinoff tuned in to the Parks and Recreation pilot on April 9th, 2009, and the reviews were not great, with many critics and fans citing the jarring, uneven tone while still referring to it as merely a cheap imitation of The Office.
Tom and I work really well together. We're both outsiders. I'm a woman, he's a... I think he's a Libyan.
And these issues continued throughout the first 6 episodes that comprised the first season. Here's one unfavorable review that encapsulates the generally shared sentiment of Season 1. Since the show was from the very people who brought you The Office, it's starting to look like a one-trick pony outfit that's gonna keep dressing that horse up in new saddles, hoping that no one will guess it's been around the track so many times it's worn a ditch in the dirt.
That first season where it sort of had a tepid response from viewers. It feels like the 2nd season is where the show really came into its own. Did all of you guys get a sense of that?
Nice.
That something was sort of like clicking here by season 2?
You're full.
Like any show, like especially like comedy shows, the first few episodes, it's usually kind of figured out. Like you watch like the first few episodes of Seinfeld, it's way different than what it became. I think it's just a matter of like figuring out the characters and figuring out what the show is.
Whoa.
With any show,
I'm reporting you
but
the
most
FBI
commonly
right now.
comedy series, it takes time to find their footing. The creative staff needs time to figure out what's working, what's not working, if characters need retooling, if any characters have unexpected chemistry with another. These are all elements that naturally evolve through a show's run, especially in its first few episodes. But Parks and Recreation was a special case. Amy Poehler was pregnant at the time, which delayed production and required all 6 episodes of the first season to be shot back to back. Because of that hurried schedule, there was no time for the usual post-pilot tooling that all shows go through. So there was no way to receive that much needed feedback from the public. I think we were feeling that the first 6 episodes were like one big pilot. We shot it so fast. But we had plenty ideas about what we wanted to do, and part of what takes time is learning how to write for and collaborate with the actors. Many viewers, enticed by the idea of an Office-style spinoff, checked out the first few episodes, and then, disappointed by what they saw, completely abandoned the show. And in many ways, Parks and Rec carried that legacy of its first season like a giant boulder through the remainder of its run. I know that whenever I recommend the show to someone, I give a warning about the first 6 episodes. That warning usually just suggests skipping the first season. That's because you only get one first impression, and for someone to make a commitment to an entire series, it had better be a good first impression. Unfortunately, Parks and Rec's rough start resulted in many people abandoning the program and never returning even once it became really, really good. The first solid episode came in the season 1 finale, Rock Show. An episode that had funny moments, like Andy listing all his band's previous names.
We were Teddy Bear Suicide, but then we changed it to Mouse Rat, Muscle Confusion, Nothing Rhymes with Orange, then Everything Rhymes with Orange.
And what would become the iconic song, The Pit, by Mouse Rat. This episode also highlighted the stellar ensemble, an element that would become the core of the show's heart. We start to get a glimpse of who these characters are together, but also their personal lives and interests outside of The Office. It wasn't hitting its stride yet, but there were glimpses of what the show would eventually become. Once season 2 began, good episodes started lining up one after the other. Pawnee Zoo, The Stakeout, Greg Bacaitis, Ron and Tammy, and Hunting Trip were all within the first half of the season. It felt like an entirely different show, and in many ways it was. Season 2 basically served as a course correct for the entire series, righting all the wrongs of Season 1. And the most obvious change is seen with the main characters. The the writers were able to focus more on what made each of them unique and silly, while chipping away the aspects that made them obnoxious and unlikable. For example, with Leslie, they toned down her manic intensity from season 1, but still kept her passion and enthusiasm for public service. They also made her better at her job. There's still opportunities for her to be foolish, but that comes more from naivete and enthusiasm rather than blatant incompetence. Tom's character started off as a Jim Halpert-like slacker prankster.
Here's Leslie's quote from Wednesday.
Trapped in a mundane job and fake marriage, but turned into an image-obsessed wannabe mogul. The writers gave him more drive and goals that made him a character worth rooting for. The biggest character change from season 1 to 2 is probably with Andy, a character who was only supposed to last for the first season until Anne dumped him. But realizing the comedic talent of Chris Pratt, the writers gave him a spot on the main cast. Before they did that, they had to change his character from a manipulative, sleazy boyfriend to a more sincere, kind-hearted goofball. A quick note on his character: I mentioned earlier that all shows need time to naturally evolve, to figure out what's working and what's not, and part of that is seeing if any of the characters have unexpected chemistry. And that's exactly what happened with Andy and April's character, first hinted at in the episode Rock Show, and explored more in the second season episode Hunting Trip. As a writer, you can't always plan or force chemistry. You need a creative space where it's able to grow organically. And throughout season 2, April and Andy's romance was able to do just that. Ron, April, Donna, Jerry, and even the citizens of Pawnee were all able to take shape throughout the first 2 seasons. And then there's Mark Brendanawicz, a character who perfectly embodies the tonal shift from season 1 to 2. From the beginning, Mark was an obvious love interest for Leslie. Throughout the first season, he's the object of her unhealthy obsession, and his overt cynicism towards government work seemed like a good match for Leslie's optimism. But again, the tone of the show completely changed. His character was one that fit into a show of cynicism, that explored how government, filled with red tape and incompetent employees, just doesn't work. But when the tone shifted, Mark didn't fit. He became this relic of a bygone show that didn't exist anymore. In an interview years later, actor Paul Schneider said, "That experience was very strange for me. You know, I signed up for a specific character that was changed in mid-season, and it became a character with a lot less to do. And all of a sudden, I was kind of confused and kind of having a lot less to do." And so Mark Brendanawicz was written off in the final episode of season 2, Freddy Spaghetti. Over time, Parks and Recreation became more hopeful and optimistic. That also spilled into the way the characters interacted with each other. The cast of characters went from tolerating Leslie to respecting her. The show was moving away from the dynamic that worked so well on The Office, where there's a wacky protagonist surrounded by mostly straight man, stock characters to play off of. Parks and Rec started off that way, but quickly toned down Leslie's manic behavior and also developed and elevated the other side characters up to her level. They were all able to play off each other in more unique and interesting ways. And building up that ensemble is what made Parks and Rec truly special. They all genuinely liked and supported each other. Whereas the first season was about internal conflicts within the office, like having an incompetent boss who makes everyone's lives more difficult, the second season shifted more towards external conflicts, like the daily frustrations of governmental work and dealing with the crazy citizens of Pawnee.
Kindly get your groin off my desk.
A new external conflict came in the second to last episode of the season, The Master Plan, with the introduction of Ben and Chris, 2 employees from the state auditor's office. and their addition to the cast was the final step in Season 2's course-correcting season. The fun part of working on a show is for the first couple of years, it hits its stride almost every week. They increase by leaps and bounds, and the zoo episode, the first episode of Season 2, was a huge leap forward.
Everyone is just who they are, and who they are is just stone cold gay.
Another huge leap came with Adam Scott and Rob Lowe joining the show at the end of Season 2. That was probably the most transformative thing. Now, with a new, more optimistic tone fully established going into Season 3, the Parks and Recreation we all know and love was really born on January 27th, 2011, in the episode Flu Season. Up until that point, Parks and Rec had mostly been episodic, with self-contained storylines week to week, but in the third season, they started having these semi-serialized arcs spanning multiple episodes that would eventually come to define the show, like Leslie running for city council in Season 4, Leslie and Ben's engagement in Season 5, and competing against Grizzle in a bid to establish a national park in Season 7. And in the third season premiere, Go Big or Go Home, the Parks and Rec department announces the Harvest Festival. And it's in the episode Flu Season that we see the project getting started, and the inevitable issues that pop up along the way.
I typed your symptoms into the thing up here, and it says you could have network connectivity problems.
When Ben and Chris were first introduced at the end of Season 2, they didn't feel like anything more than just simple antagonists to the Parks Department. But it's in Flu Season that they first got their chances to shine. Chris showed more layers than the flawless, relentlessly positive character we'd seen up to that point. Plus, he delivers one of the funniest lines in probably the entire series.
Stop pooping.
Ben serves as another reminder of the show's new hopeful, optimistic tone. He starts off cold and calculating, beaten down by his failed stint as mayor of his hometown when he was only 18. But in Flu Season, he starts warming up to Leslie and the rest of the Parks Department. He helps with the preparations to the Harvest Festival, and the writers started planting hints of a future romance as Ben brings Leslie her food to the hospital and gushes about her performance at the Chamber of Commerce meeting.
That was Leslie Knope.
In the end of this episode, both Ben and Chris decide to stay in Pawnee a little longer instead of leaving for another assignment. And that choice to stay and be a part of something special cemented them as important fixtures moving forward. Season 3 and 4 are probably the strongest seasons of the entire series, even though they're all good in different ways. Parks and Rec is one of those rare shows that ends on a high note, with a flawless series finale that perfectly encapsulated everything wonderful about the show. And even though Season 1 was a rough start, and Season 2 was a long course-correcting season, it really hit its stride on January 27th, 2011 in the episode Flu Season, the day Parks and Recreation was born.
Hey everyone, I'm here just outside Pawnee City Hall. I wanted to say thank you so much for watching this video. I really hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please like it and share it with a friend, and also leave me a comment below. I'd love to hear.
This video is sponsored by Noom. I recently launched my new Day Something Was Born series with Parks and Recreation. The concept of the series is to take a look at a beloved series with troubled or flawed beginnings and pinpoint the moment the series hit its creative stride. Thankfully, the first entry covering Parks and Rec was received really well, and a lot of people out there suggested I use the same concept with It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I was immediately intrigued, not only because It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is one of my favorite TV shows, but because I think, unlike Parks and Recreation, It's Always Sunny was fantastic from the very first episode, with so many defining elements of the show already in place. But the show did change in the first few seasons, molding into the delightfully shocking and hilarious show we've all known and loved for the past 14 seasons and counting. So, which elements were already in place from the beginning? What changed in the first few seasons? And what is? It's Always Sunny had a very unique origin story compared to other TV shows. This wasn't a show born from a network or a studio or an agency. It came from 3 out-of-work actor friends in Los Angeles, Rob McElhenney, Glenn Howerton, and Charlie Day. Struggling to find work and hoping to make something for cheap that they could share with their friends, McElhenney wrote 10 pages of a simple scene between 2 friends.
I was laying in bed one night, and I was just thinking of an exchange between 2 people in which one tells another that he's dying of cancer, and the other one's reaction is to get out of the room as fast as possible.
No, it's I found out that I might have cancer. What?
It's just this guy trying to wriggle out of listening to his friend tell him about how he has cancer.
It started out like this. I wasn't feeling well. Oh, did you want to talk right now?
That's the cornerstone of the whole show to me. It shows what kind of people they are.
And that scene would perfectly establish the characters and tone of the world that would become It's Always Sunny.
And not only do you know who these people are, but you know the tone of the show, you know the world that you're setting up. And we just thought, well, you never see this kind of thing in TV.
They ended up making an entire pilot episode, filming it themselves in their own apartments with other actor friends, on a budget of about $200, just enough to cover the cost of the tapes they filmed with. It was a guerrilla-style short film that was McElhenney's last-ditch effort to secure an acting career, made without any considerations for network restrictions or FCC approval, that he then took to various networks as a proof of concept for a show about a group of selfish, despicable friends struggling to make it as actors in Los Angeles. Executives at FX loved the pilot, but wanted to make a few changes. They felt that there were already enough shows about struggling actors in Hollywood and asked if they'd be willing to change the setting, which led to the show being set in Philadelphia, McElhenney's hometown, and also changed their professions from struggling actors to owners of a bar, Patty's Pub.
Now, the fact that they were actors had nothing to do with the story, because it was all about how they're just scumbags and they get over on each other. We could take that whole element out of it. We could put scumbags anywhere we wanted to. We can put these guys right in Philadelphia. All we need to do is give them a job that they have lots of time on their hands, like actors do, that they have their days free to screw their lives up.
The only thing McElhenney wouldn't budge on, if the series did get picked up, was that he, Howerton, and Day would serve as writers, producers, and act in the starring roles. Based on the strength of the pilot and the low budget involved, FX ordered a 7-episode first season that premiered on August 4th, 2005 with the episode The Gang Gets Racist. Even from the show's pilot episode, you can see a lot of elements that would remain integral to the rest of the series. Dennis's vanity, Charlie's unhealthy obsession with the waitress, schemes to get over on each other, the instantly recognizable music by German composer Heinz Kiesling, which were originally chosen not just because of the tongue-in-cheek dichotomy of the music paired with the crude subject matter, but because the songs were in the public domain and thus free to use. The home movie aesthetic of the unaired pilot, with its heavy dialogue and minimal locations and cast, is felt throughout the first season, because it was made for considerably less money than other cable shows at the time. The fact that the main cast were also writers and good friends helped give the show instant chemistry that would normally take multiple seasons to build organically. Another element that was there from the very beginning was the biting satire of potentially risky and offensive topics. In the pilot episode, they touch on racism and homosexuality.
Boys are out tonight, huh?
But throughout the rest of the season, they also touch on abortion, underage drinking, cancer, transsexuals, gun violence, and child molestation. A show about selfish people commenting on topics that are normally considered off-limits is exactly what made this show the anti-sitcom, or Seinfeld on crack, which is how it was branded early on. As creatively strong as the first season was, there were still a few issues that the show needed to fix moving forward.
Hey! Give me some eyes! Look at me! Cool your jets!
One of those was the development of the main characters. In the beginning, there were no discernible differences between any of them. They were all kind of your everyman characters, equally clever, far from the characters they would become, with heightened versions of their strangest and goofiest traits. And the character that needed the most work from the original gang was Sweet Dee. McElhenney openly admitted that the writers struggled with her character at the beginning, and I'm sure that's for a number of reasons. When they were making the unaired pilot, the character of Sweet Dee was played by McElhenney's then girlfriend, Jordan Reed. But when they broke up, they recast her part with Caitlin Olsen. The chemistry that came instantly with the men on the show, because of their real-life friendships, took longer to form with Olsen. And the idea for Dee's character changed over time, too. Her Dynamic in the gang was initially supposed to be the sensible, straight woman character, eye-rolling and trying to foil the guy's plans, but Olsen didn't want to be... regulated to the sidelines as the boring voice of reason character, and so she almost quit the show entirely. I said, with all due respect, I just don't want to play that character. I don't want to be the voice of reason. It just wasn't what I was interested in doing. They said to me, look, we just haven't really written for women that much, but we'll figure it out. My first thought was, well, don't write for a woman, just write another funny character. I'll make it female just by doing anything. I just am a woman. Don't think about it as male or female. Some of my favorite D moments are very masculine things, though. They're very traditionally masculine things. I don't know, I find that funny. There aren't a lot of highlights of Dee's character in the first season. The most opportunities she had to display her comedic talents came in what's probably my favorite episode of the first season, Underage Drinking, a National Concern.
Take it slow. Take it slow.
I know, you guys, but I just am so nervous. I just want this whole night to be so special.
But there's definitely a noticeable shift in her character's development in the second season, with episodes like Dennis and Dee go on welfare.
I'm a recovering crackhead. This is my retarded sister that I take care of. I'd like some welfare, please.
And $100 Baby.
You look like a Holocaust victim in pageant makeup. I will eat your babies, bitch! Say it!
Her character wasn't shoved to the sidelines anymore, but became more integral to the storylines and got to show off her own depravity. The other issue that needed to be fixed from the first season was the poor ratings. Even though that was really out of their own control, since FX was a relatively new channel, aired new episodes at a terrible time slot in the evening, and didn't want to spend any money to promote it.
We'd only been on the air, I think we only aired 7 episodes.
Okay.
They aired the show on like a Wednesday night around 10:30, and they didn't promote it in any way. And I got a call from John Landgraf. Who runs the studio, still
Mr.
runs the studio.
FX, oh,
yeah,
yeah.
the best.
Yeah.
Nobody watched the show. And said, well, you didn't market it, John. Yeah,
Okay.
and he said, well, you know, here's the thing. We're going to pick you up for season 2. Well, here's the thing. We don't have a marketing budget, but what we'd like to do is bring on an actor of some note that has a little cachet, somebody that can bring some exposure to the show. And he said, what do you think about Danny DeVito? And I said, we love Danny DeVito, but we don't want him on the show. We don't want Danny DeVito. And he said, why? Well, and I said, look, it's nothing personal against Danny DeVito. I grew up watching Danny. You don't know if it's going to screw the dynamic, you know, of the chemistry of the show.
Right.
We thought we had something really special, and we really thought that maybe bringing a movie star on would ruin the chemistry. And he said, great, well then you don't have a show. And we were like, okay, get Danny DeVito on the phone as quickly as possible. The only thing more important than chemistry on a TV show is the TV show.
Sure. Frank Reynolds was introduced in the second season premiere, Charlie Gets Crippled, and definitely affected the dynamic. In many ways, his character felt like Dee's in the first season, struggling to find his place in the group. He felt like another obstacle that interrupted the gang's plans and schemes, almost like a nuisance, which is how Dennis and Dee saw him at first too. He needed time to immerse himself in the show, but that was difficult in the second season because of his incredibly tight schedule. He was only allowed 20 shooting days to film the entire season, meaning that the cast and the crew had to prep all 10 episodes ahead of time to get all of Danny's scenes in the front of the schedule. The growth and change that happens to a character organically over a season was rushed, which slowed that process down. And while we see many of the aspects of Frank Reynolds there in the second season, the unethical businessman, his affinity for guns, the manipulation and horrible parenting instincts, he still primarily felt like Dee's character in the first season. The outsider, the lone voice of reason. But again, like Dee's character, as he became more depraved like the others and involved in the storylines, he gelled more and more with the group's dynamic. To DeVito's credit, he immediately understood the tone of the show, its unique humor, and what he could bring to the table as the father figure to this twisted gang of despicable people. And his role in the show's success cannot be understated. He's rightfully a fan favorite for many, with some of the greatest and weirdest moments in the entire series.
Hey, what's up, bitches? I'm a man-cheater. I just wanna be pure. That's my character. I'm the trash man. Whoa, whoops, oh. I dropped my monster condom that I use for my Magnum Dom.
He adds yet another layer to the insanity with his own special brand of crazy that matches the rest of the gang and often exceeds it. And from a story perspective, his character was also able to provide bankroll to the group that allowed the schemes and plot points to get bigger and crazier while still remaining true and authentic to the story world. While his inclusion was never initially planned by the writers, and essentially was a creative decision forced upon them by the network, it ended up being the best thing that could have possibly happened to the show. He fully embraced everything they were trying to do with the series and went along with every joke or gag, no matter how bizarre or potentially embarrassing, like the infamous couch gag in the Christmas special, A Very Sunny Christmas. So while I do believe that the first season is great, the show just doesn't feel the same in hindsight without Frank. By the third season, everything was falling into place creatively. The characters were all on their arcs of extremes and de-evolution, their dynamics were all working together, the mythology and cast of recurring characters was expanding. It felt like they were hitting their stride with each new episode, like the gang finds a dumpster baby, the gang gets invincible, and Dennis and Dee's mom is dead. But for me, every element came together perfectly for the first time in the fourth episode, the gang gets held hostage.
We're taking you bitches hostage.
The show was getting bigger, going on more locations, the characters were splitting up more, But in The Gang Gets Held Hostage, they went back to their roots and what they do best. It was a stripped-down bottle episode contained entirely inside Patty's pub, and that allowed them to rely on dialogue, character relationships, and bizarre situations. Some of the best episodes of the entire series are often when they're confined together inside Patty's pub, like The Gang Dances Their Asses Off, The Gang Gets Quarantined, Charlie McDennis, The Game of Games, Who Got Dee Pregnant, Reynolds vs. Reynolds, The Serial Defense, The Gang Solves the Bathroom Problem, and Charlie Work. They use the space incredibly well. It caters itself to whatever the situation calls for, and it allows for the characters to rely on the fantastic dialogue the show has had since the unaired pilot. But the other element that's been with the show since its origins is the terrible way these so-called friends and family members treat each other. These characters are at their best when they're at their worst. It's arguably the most core ingredient to the show's success.
I grew up watching Friends.
Yeah.
And always loved the show. And then when we were thinking about shows that we wanted to make, I thought, well, they've already done that, so how can we do the opposite of that? Literally in the theme song it says, I'll be there for you. What would be the opposite of that? What if you made a show where you had characters who would never be there for any of their friends? Well, that would be an interesting show. I've never seen that before.
Their general lack of compassion and empathy for everyone in their lives is what makes them who they are. We've seen them laugh at each other's drug addictions, abandon each other when being mugged, try to have sex with each other's moms out of spite. They're terrible people who will sell each other out at the first sign of trouble. And the premise of most episodes of the show is to have the group splitting down the middle, pitted against each other, and trying to win some argument or get revenge. But it's in The Gang Gets Held Hostage that we truly see how far they'll go to screw each other over.
We need to watch out for each other, okay? The only way that we're gonna get through this is if we stick together. Nobody has to die. Somebody has to die.
Immediately, they're backstabbing, manipulating, and picking sides. And here, it's not just about winning an argument or something petty, it's about getting someone else killed so they themselves can survive. I'd say it's like a game of chess, but they're all too stupid for that. It's more like a bunch of children playing checkers and knocking the board over in frustration. There's so many times throughout the episode where they betray someone and try to get someone else killed to save their own neck.
You and I will form an alliance.
We'll form an alliance.
Dennis is gonna try and have you killed.
Okay, should we kill him first or
Look,
something?
I don't want anybody to have to die, but if somebody does, there's no reason it shouldn't be Dennis.
It should be Dennis. Forget about the rest of them, Frank. They're all gonna perish. It's just me. There's still time to save me. Get down here.
You're gonna be on Dee's team? Some loyalty, bro.
Dude, what the hell, man? You don't want to be on my dig team?
Whatever happens, make sure Charlie's the first one to die.
Get on your knees, bitches!
What are you doing? Now you're on their side?
I'm a McCoyle now, so you wouldn't kill me, right?
No, she's got Stockholm syndrome. Don't listen to her, okay?
Yeah.
She'll betray you. I'm the one that won the immunity challenge. I'm the one that should live.
It's in this episode that we see properly, for maybe the first time, that these characters aren't just jerks, but true sociopaths, with absolutely zero moral limits.
Damn it, Charlie.
It feels like a turning point in the series, a new era, with all the characters and the format of the show becoming fully realized. Self-centered egomaniacs who will screw over everyone at a moment's notice, regardless of the situation. And what's great about this particular episode is that each of the 5 main characters plays a unique role in the madness, leaving none of them feeling underutilized or shoved to the side. Frank is in the vents searching for the will, Charlie escapes the McPoyles and goes after Frank to stop him, Mac tries to play both sides, while also trying to save his life by wrecking the bar, Dennis tries to flirt his way to safety by seducing Margaret, and Dee gets Stockholm Syndrome and tries to join the McPoyles so she won't be killed. All the characters are using their own traits and skills in order to survive, while backstabbing each other every step of the way. The more they embraced the extreme elements and the absolute worst of each of these characters, both major and minor, the more the show felt like something all its own. Nowhere else could you see a live-action sitcom where a bunch of people were convinced that their friend is a serial killer, or opening a sweatshop, or a father pimping out his son to avoid being whacked by the mob, all of which take place in the 3rd season as well. These were the exact reasons It's Always Sunny became so popular. It really felt like something you'd never seen from a live-action sitcom before. It didn't take long for It's Always Sunny to start gathering the massive audience it deserved, and now after a $200 pilot, near cancellation, cast changes, a touring musical, a Christmas special, and a recent 4-year renewal through season 18, it's now become the longest-running live-action sitcom in TV history. The blend of sharp writing, unique characters, and social satire has sustained the show over the years. And even though a lot of these elements were there from the very beginning, finding the exact creative formula for success took a little time, but was finally cemented on September 20th, 2007 in the episode The Gang Gets Held Hostage, the day It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia was born.
What up? The first alcoholic, dairy-based protein drink, 4 bodyguards. 5 bodyguards! I drink it every morning.
BRB.
So I can fight like the crowd. Fight Bill.
Goodbye.
Tired of diets that focus on quick fixes and miracle cures that are all flash and no substance? Then you need to check out Noom. Noom is a health and wellness program that uses science and psychology to teach people how to live healthier lives. And the psychology aspect is what really stands out with Noom. It helps you learn how your mind works so you can develop habits that actually last. There's a subconscious process that controls every action you take. It's called the behavior chain. When you take the Break the Behavior Chain lesson, you'll find out your personal triggers and pitfalls, what's motivating them, and the actions you can take to put yourself in the best position to succeed. When you sign up with Noom, you'll also be partnered with a personal goal specialist who's trained.
Can I get my Dragon Warhammer right now so I can stop killing these Lizardman Shaman? No. Wouldn't that be swell? I think that would be pretty swell, personally. I think that would be quite fantabulous, in fact. Absolutely fantabulistic.
Every life is broken down into stages: birth, death, and the highs and lows in between. A television show is no different. Especially for long-running shows like The Office, there are many stages of life, highlighting creative turns, progression, growth, and decline. I've already highlighted the day The Office died, meaning the moment or episode where the show began declining in quality, and the reasons why that happened. But what about its birth? That doesn't necessarily mean the first episode, but the episode where all creative elements clicked into place, solidifying the show we've all come to know and love. Let's go back to the beginning and explore the life stages of The Office, how and why they creatively shifted, until we find the day The Office was born. But before we do, I want to thank the sponsor of this video, Established Titles. With all the paper sold at companies like Dunder Mifflin, the world really needs established titles because they're dedicated to planting trees and preserving the picturesque woodlands and biodiversity of Scotland.
Great score! What should I do after I run out of arrows here? I don't want to play Last Man Standing right now.
Play Last Man Standing?
Why do you say these things? I mean, I guess
what you must do?
I really only need like 300 arrows. I use less arrows now than I did before, actually. Quite a few less. But that was the point of doing the thing.
And fun way to get people involved. Established Titles is a project based on a historic Scottish custom where landowners are referred to as lords and ladies. They allow people to buy as little as 1 square foot of dedicated land on a private estate in Dunfermline, Scotland, so that anyone can call themselves a lord or lady. Each purchase comes with an official certificate with the exact location of your land, so you can officially change your name to Lord or Lady and get it on your credit card, plane tickets. It works great for last-minute gift ideas, and with Christmas just around the corner, it could be the perfect idea for that special someone in your life. Not only are you buying a unique gift, but you're also helping established titles raise funds to support global charities like One Tree Planted and Trees for the Future. Right now, Established Titles is giving my viewers 10% off on all products. So go to establishedtitles.com/elk and at checkout use my unique code ELK10 in order to get the special discount. Treat a friend, or even treat yourself with a fun gift. But not only that, help Established Titles in their efforts to preserve the natural beauty of the UK and the world.
When I come through here, so this is my kingdom, far as the eye can see.
The first episode, Pilot, aired on March 24th, 2005, to largely scathing reviews, with many fans and critics noting that it was nothing more than a blatant copy of the UK Office with nothing new or original to say. The first episode was the pilot, and the script had to be a situation where, you're trying to get picked up. And since NBC had bought an adaptation, completely starting from scratch would be a very risky thing to do. We didn't know who any of the actors were when we started shooting. The first episode really should be buried, really, of any new series. The American version carried over many of the same jokes and character archetypes from the UK's pilot, as well as the same dreary, lifeless aesthetic to fit with the dry tone.
The thing about adapting this is interesting is that people say, how come you didn't do an original script from the very beginning, since we seem to be more successful in a way when we had other original scripts. And the thing that I was most concerned with was getting those moments of where you believe that the characters were real. And I figured, like, if we could pull those off, which are mostly an acting directing thing, that people would accept this as an okay version of the English one.
It's clear that the creators wanted to make the setting feel drab and for the characters to look plain. There's practically zero color throughout the first season, just a wash of white, gray, and brown. There's very little light, making the office seem darker and more suffocating. It looks like some of the actors aren't even wearing makeup. It's all very unflattering, which was the point. This wasn't supposed to be a glamorous environment full of beautiful people. The second stage of The Office came in the very next episode, Diversity Day. With this episode, The Office started branching off and tackling situations and issues more specific to American offices, like racial sensitivity training.
You'll notice I didn't have anybody be an Arab. I thought that would be too explosive. No pun intended.
And healthcare frustrations.
Number 1, inverted penis.
The 5 remaining episodes of the first season after the pilot were vital in order to show audiences that the American version had its own voice with something original to say. Perhaps the biggest creative shift came in the second season premiere, The Dundies. Michael Scott perfectly embodied the shift from season 1 to season 2. His drab, ill-fitting clothes, slicked back, thinning hair, and slightly overweight stature in season 1 was replaced with a more clean-cut look with neatly fixed hair and a form-fitting suit in season 2. His change in appearance highlighted the show's overall change in appearance. The lighting became brighter, and the colors around the office became more vibrant. It gave the show some much-needed life.
You won't have a choice.
I mean, there's a lot of things I could do. It's a million things I haven't done. Oh, Pat left.
Yes, he did.
Santa idiot. Mow. Mow.
And energy. They also reworked Michael Scott's personality, taking the more malicious and crude version from season 1 and softening him up and making him a more lovable goofball in season 2. Again, this change in tone for Michael Scott highlighted The Office's overall change in tone. The suffocating and despondent feel of season 1 was given a much-needed dose of hope and optimism.
Very important episode, I think. Maybe the most important in the show in terms of turning season 1 into season 2, which I think is a very, very big difference. The colors seem brighter, Steve is calmer and more likable. The show is less dark and more optimistic and more celebratory.
I was going to rewrite the pilot into this and then decided to play it safer on the pilot and stick with the original script closer, which we got a world of shit for.
Greg Daniels initially wanted The Dundies to be the pilot episode, and I can see why. Not only is it a fun, lighthearted storyline that would have helped differentiate it from the UK's pilot episode, but it also highlighted many of the show's cast of characters, shedding light on their backstories, and kicking off dynamics and relationships that would continue on for the run of the show, like Michael's man crush on Ryan the Temp.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. That's the least of my concerns right now.
The Dundies wasn't the pilot episode, but it did serve as a perfect soft reboot to the series. You don't have to look much further to see how much the tone changed from season 1 to season 2 than the moment where Michael is bullied by hecklers in the Chili's.
Hey, cool it, guys, really.
You suck, man. You suck.
And then his co-workers jump to his defense and encourage him to continue on. The Dundies is the beginning of The Office perfecting itself, and it continues to do that throughout the second season, what's probably my favorite season of the entire series. Because of that, I almost picked The Dundies as the day The Office was born, but I think The Office still had one last hurdle it needed to jump. The first 2 seasons were overwhelmingly plagued with comparisons to the UK Office. Some arguments were fair, while others weren't. And even though there were some inevitable comparisons that lasted throughout the entire series run, they mainly focused on the first 2 seasons. The American Office had a hard time emerging from the looming shadow of the UK Office, and that's most likely because the largest elements of both storylines stayed consistent. Incompetent boss, his eccentric number 2, and the romantic tension between the salesman and receptionist. All of those elements remained consistent and intact throughout the second season. But with the third season premiere, Gay Witch Hunt, when we see that Jim is no longer a part of the Scranton office, it felt like the American Office was finally going out into uncharted waters, which is why I think it's the day The Office was born. Now, the UK Office blew up their own structure in their Christmas special, but that was the finale. They didn't have to worry about how they were going to continue the story and how they were going to reconnect all the pieces together in the future. The American Office removed a key piece from the well-worn dynamic, and the show was all the better for it. Ryan was no longer the temp.
Ryan Howard is a junior sales associate at a mid-range paper supply firm. That'll show him.
Pam and Roy were no longer engaged.
I got cold feet a few days before, and I can't really explain it. I just had to get out of that relationship.
The Jim-Dwight relationship was still alive, but it was different in the way those schemes and pranks played out. And the Jim-Pam relationship lingered on with this romantic tension in the air. They were both isolated in their separate offices without the other there for comfort and support.
We're all homos. Homo sapiens. Gays aren't necessarily who you think they are, people. I mean, anybody can be gay.
Everything that remained consistent throughout the first 2 seasons was all of a sudden changed. The show was thrown off, but in a good way. It felt exciting with all the new creative possibilities. All of a sudden, the show felt less predictable.
I just want to hide in the corner.
Familiar scenarios were brought up in the Stanford branch, like the racial sensitivity training and Andy's calculator stuck in Jello. Except now, those scenarios didn't play out in the same way we saw in the first season.
Or I'm gonna lose my freaking mind!
They weren't even playing out the same way we saw in the UK Office. It was finally unpredictable and challenged audiences' expectations. Gay Witch Hunt doesn't only alter the already established dynamics of the show, but it also grows the mythology, opening up new dynamics. We've broken out of the Scranton branch and have now introduced the Stanford branch, along with some characters that will have a vital role in the show moving forward, like Andy Bernard and Karen Filippelli. I also considered picking the season 4 premiere Fun Run as a possible day The Office was born, because it was the show venturing into even newer
did you actually
territories with
PvP
Jim
tonight?
and Pam finally
No.
together. And even
Do that
though
in a
that
minute.
change was inevitable
Let me
and
get,
probably
3 points.
necessary, since stretching the will they won't they storyline any
could
further
be
would
this
have
game,
been
it's
tired
possible.
and frustrating, when they put Jim and Pam together, the series instantly lost what was maybe the most interesting and captivating tension in the show. And in a vital way, the show was always worse for it, which is why I couldn't pick Fun Run. Hope and optimism were added in the second season with the episode The Dundies, but The Office finally emerged from the UK's looming shadow, going off into uncharted territories and creative heights with the third season premiere, Gay Witch Hunt. the day The Office was born.
I need to be on in 2 hours so I can avoid
Hey everyone,
watering
thanks so much for
plants.
watching. I really hope you enjoyed this video. If you
But
did,
you have to tell
please
me-
like it
you
and
have to
share
tell
it with a
me
friend.
the,
And
timer
also
as
leave
well.
me a comment below. Tell me what you think I got right, what I got wrong, or the day
Right.
you think The Office was born. This is the first entry I've done so far that I've done both the dead treatment and the born treatment, and I'm sure there'll be more in the future. But I just love getting your input. I love seeing your comments, asking for requests. So yeah, please leave me a comment below telling me what you want to see
Charge
next.
squad
If
because
you haven't
it's
already,
all-
make sure you're subscribed below.
Wow.
But, and I'm going to keep saying this, make sure you click the bell below because YouTube isn't sharing my videos
I can
with you. Even
sit
if you
around
might be
online and
subscribed,
watch
they're
my
gonna
YouTube
show you
video
what
while
they
you
want to
peep
show
while
you,
you do
and
your
that's
thing.
probably why I get so many comments from people saying that, oh, why haven't I seen a video in a few weeks, months, or even a year? And that's because YouTube isn't sharing my videos with you anymore. But clicking the bell below will help circumvent that. It's the only way to make sure that you're notified whenever a new Entertain the Elk video comes out. So if you never want to miss a new video, click the bell below and you'll be notified whenever one drops. If you'd like to help me make more videos, consider becoming a patron. Patrons get exclusive rewards
need to
like
get my gathering
behind the scenes
soon.
content, early releases. I'll have a link below so you can go check it out and what I have to offer. It's just a thank you for helping me make more videos, to buy better equipment so I can make better videos. And I'm not
Oh, I have
asking
3
for a
points.
lot. If you're able to give $1 a video, a few
Score,
dollars
I must
a
have had a
video,
leftover.
a few dollars a month.
Like I
Every
said,
bit really helps
no.
and goes right back into the channel to help me make more videos.
I didn't
for
know.
you.
I didn't know.
I'm already hard
I
at
thought
work
I
on my next
got a
video,
multiple.
something horror related for the Halloween season, and I hope you
All right.
enjoy it. So keep an eye out for that, and I will see you all
Boom,
very soon.
baby! 515 arrows should be enough to get me through this stupid task.
The internet isn't short on video essays dissecting every aspect.
Close out of this for now. Boot up that. Let's close out of this.
Water onion. Water onion.
Whose onions are you watering?
Watering some purple onions I found.
Whose?
Or found onions.
Mine? I can water my. I'm literally logging on.
Found onions.
Funyuns.
Look, I don't know whose house this is. I just logged on and walked in.
You're saying it could be anybody's house.
Yes. I know is the onions are within sight of the retainer bell. They must be watered. Pretty says fish in 30 minutes, Ultima Thule.
I can't use banks or trade other players, and I'm unlocking RuneScape one tile at a time. The goal?
43
RuneScape's
minutes.
biggest challenge, the Inferno.
I think. Ultimate Duels, Star Scale, Athenes.
Oh, it's raining now?
It's raining now, hallelujah!
That's
raining now.
actually really good.
I literally
Oh,
looked
is it
at
showers and not okay?
This guy doesn't know how to read.
No, hold on. In my defense, I tell the forecaster to find me the next time it's going to switch to rain. I forgot there is another weather setup that will also work.
This guy doesn't know how to read. Unfreaking believable. Unfreaking believable.
Will we ever hit the next freaking rank?
Yes, next week. Definitely.
Oh yeah, I have to do this. Gather. Gather.
What are you gathering?
My crops. Like these sweet cookies.
Like these. Yeah.
Imagine being some kind of nerd who's going to do crop rotations.
Okay. If we have exactly 20 crops, I'll just shoot every crop once.
Don't believe you.
Well, I don't know if we have 20 crops. I'm saying if.
Oh, you have 20. There are 4 rows of 5 seeds.
Dark Skulls. Cute potato. It's a weird name. It's a weird combination.
We are in the final stretch, preparing for RuneScape's hardest challenge, and with the Rune Pouch upgrade done, I have my eyes on what could just be the final upgrade of the
Alright, only 10k experience until finally.
I spent a couple hours last night getting
Rank
200 points
19.
to spend on range XP, get myself closer and closer to this final level for the Inferno. 750k away from maxing out range. It's been a long time coming. There's still so much on the to-do list before the Inferno. 99 range, 95
Heck, he's
magic,
up,
94 hit points. These are the 3 must-have stats I need before I attempt anything, and they're easily going to take up the next 50 plus hours of game time. I have some fun plans for how to use these goals to potentially get some last-second Inferno upgrades, and whenever I have some free
He's
time,
no
I'll be
longer
casting some
online.
fire strikes like I did at the start of this week for a couple hours just to inch away at that 95 magic goal. It is time to get one of, if not the, final upgrade of the series. So many things it could be. Honestly, maybe I don't even know what it is. But first, whoa, you're looking like you need some fuel, some nice clean energy for your body. Maybe that doesn't make you crash or jitter like some of the crappy energy drinks out on the market. You came to the right place. I'm your local G Fuel dealer, sponsored by G Fuel, the sponsor of today's video, G Fuel. G Fuel is a performance-based zero sugar energy drink to fuel your grind, but don't just take my word for it. This is what happened when I drank G Fuel last week. Gamer fuel, baby. G Fuel comes in so many different flavors, maybe even a billion. I don't know. We have flavors like Bahama Mama, Watermelon Limeade, and one of my favorites, Blue Ice. I've definitely drank that one the most. As you can see, I'm somewhat of a collector. How can you not be? It
2:50
tastes
p.m.
so
tomorrow
good.
is egg. But will I be in a meeting? Probably. Let's check. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not.
I'm gonna call an emergency meeting at that time.
Boom, 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 boom.
Is that the sound of me calling an emergency
Yeah,
meeting?
That's the
Okay.
emergency meeting sound effect, I think.
4, 5, 8, 6, 30. Oh, I didn't. That's strange. Eddie Kuname. Si eras tan bueno, porque te moriste.
Eddie Kuname. So yeah, eres tan bueno. Oh, I see. I see you found. Fui. Oh, I thought that was a boy potato. That's not a boy potato. Wait, that shows... I did not realize that shows Tum. Appropriate. Alright, but
yes.
it's time. I forgot to switch my stream. Just a black old screen. Alright, there we go.
It's a foggy Ulu day.
Oh, there's gonna be a fight in brewing.
Monkey Sea Point.
There's gonna be a fight in brewing. It's not worth it point-wise, but there's a fight in brewing, and I intend to fight it.
Think of the battle high.
I'm already thinking about it. Kill the warriors. Maybe that was a mistake. Oh, Dancer? Oh, we got it. What? Wait a minute. Whoa. Oh, it's worth it. Even if I die, it's worth it. I gotta kill. But it's even worth more if I live.
Yellow's here to.
Let's get this 3. I mean, I think it's guaranteed first. You're fighting somebody? Oh.
This 3 point is not guaranteed ours because nobody stayed here to cap it. Thankfully, I am here.
Anyone else the battle high? Owen!
No, I had to cap a point.
I say did I. My point was worth
Okay, you're
4.
capping a forward point.
Alright, let's go steal this 3. Oh. It's not much stealing. Stolen! Wow, I stole that one hard. Oh, yeah. Hopefully he doesn't have LB.
He's
Well,
not. Or he deemed LB not worth using.
Do we take this 3? I guess so. There's a 4, but this feels freer. Do you have your LB?
Yes.
Going in on yellow.
Thank you. I think it might be time to go.
Yeah, it's time to go. It definitely is. I'm getting stuck.
Beto's stuck.
I made it.
Right, but we can capture this point back here.
Somebody's gonna get it. Let's go fight at that 4. Black Mage.
Going to help with the point.
There's no way to save Black Mage.
Hello, Bard. How would you like to die?
They're not gonna die. That Dragoon's gonna die, though. Probably not.
I wouldn't be so sure. Gunbreaker. What are you doing? You're not people.
Oh, we already took the point. I think everybody's leaving.
Yeah. Yeah.
Understandable.
But we're made for fighting and winning.
I mean, I agree. I'm only battle high 2. This feels like crap. Watch out for that samurai. They're up to no good. You can already feel it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna touch that samurai actually.
They were not up to.
No.
They were not up to anything. They had nothing. Go after this point.
Yeah, there's nothing up here. Why are we up here? Let's leave.
I'm not. I'm at 3.
Well, I walked up where everyone was. Do you have any fights? No. Everyone's fighting mid over nothing.
Correct. I don't get it.
I mean, we're getting points out of it, so it's working for us. It's still just weird, though.
Oh, they're mid! Now mid! Now mid! Now mid! Everybody back!
That samurai's making trouble in the neighborhood.
Yep. He's dead. He's dead, Jim. I have my ult. I'm going in on backlines.
Join him, yeah.
Go! Oh my gosh, it's a Bahamut disaster.
Yeah, I jumped off the platform.
I mean, I didn't get hit by any of it. I just couldn't see anything happening.
Well, I jumped off the platform because Blue was showing up and I wanted to not be there any longer. Oh, slipstream. It's slipstream me. I'm not even on the platform.
The worst kind of fight.
No, F
See
you.
what's happening.
Well, I disrupted the point. Time to leave again.
I'm not even getting any kills. This sucks.
Oh no, 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 you bastards! Fuck off, monk. Come back, get Mohammed. Stop! Stop!
I'm gonna LB on blue because they pulled me in. They want it, they can have it.
Sad.
It didn't accomplish a lot.
There's my LB. I must step back.
5.
F this place.
This is really worth it, man. God dang, it's free. Oh my gosh, they literally threw the game away by not even contesting us in this. Did we just win off this? Probably not, but it's pretty darn close.
Yellow might get the point while we were good.
No, they definitely aren't going to. Blue's still there.
I mean, blue doesn't exactly want them to get it either. This is something. I'm gonna LB.
We got it! We got the point! I don't know how! No, it's
Hilarious.
so ogre. It's so ogre. This is a stomp to end all stomps, man. Dude, that was that was wild. I cannot believe we got that point.
Know what's happening?
That doesn't even make any sense. Any goddamn sense.
Bien jugado, chiquitos, says that one Lalafell.
Yeah, same. Roshan and Halone just available for sale. Buy your Halones. Buy your
I
baloney.
already have.
How long I got to this stupid fish? This idiot fish, 24 minutes. This moronic fish.
It's an 8-hour setup fish, by the way.
It is clearly not.
Yeah, but what if you were petted?
150 bats. That's a lot of bats. Mamma mia. Here we pat again.
Did you notice the cat twins over here? The Bethany Isley and Alicia Isley wearing the same outfit, both black-haired cats.
They are not wearing the same outfit.
They not. It looks similar from here. I haven't
If
looked
you
at them
examine,
directly.
you will notice a distinct difference. A fundamental distinction, if you will.
One's a huge slut.
Yes.
Oh, adventure plate. Okay, well this one doesn't have pants.
Yes. what you
Understandable.
said?
Have a nice day. I hadn't actually looked at anything yet. I hadn't examined yet. Okay, they're both just wearing white. From a zoomed out as I am, or whatever, I didn't. It looked similar. Luna Mizukizi.
Let's see if we can jam out 3 more elements before this comes up.
Ivan did not find that cute potato.
Nope.
I got another Zeromus card.
Do you want a freaking medal?
Yes.
Here's your medal. Sucker. Mary Barrels.
It's not a medal. Liar! Oh, Zeromus is a 999, but he's like on His 9s are all on the right top bottom. That's fun.
I'm having fun.
No, you're not. Don't lie.
I'm having fun.
Lunar Subterrane and Thalea are what's left. Still need one from Mount Rokan. I still need Golbez. I still need one from Eureka.
Okay, at 10 I will go to get the fish. Oh god, this guy's actually good. Alright. I hate. Yeah. Just kill me. You're gonna be a sweaty walk under guy, that's fine. Just kill me fast.
Guy's getting walked under.
Yeah, you freeze them and then you like walk under them and they can't see you because this game is programmed like a moron programmed it. Guy's trying to get way too freaking clever.
What if you watch some snakes fight for the right to have sex?
Where's the bots?
I murdered them all. There was a ban wave.
Alright, I need bots. Some of these people have got to be bots. I'm not playing with controllers, so I'm not playing at my best right now. I need bots. Oops, get him. Okay, if he wasn't a bot, he didn't know what he was doing. And I take those. And now I hide. I have to go, my people need me. Really, dude? Leave me alone, you freaking dickhole. What a weirdo. How did he even have that thing? Okay, one more. Get a point. Should have had 2 points. This weirdo kept chasing me. Just let me be. Oh, this is definitely a bot. Look at that name. Bot alert, bot alert, bot alert. Free kill, free kill. Boo, woo, 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 woo. And before I die to the bot. Don't die to the bot, Ivan. Really? I can't hit him off prayer? Come on. He's a bot. Kill him. Oh my god, he's gonna make me eat food. Okay. Oh god, I'm right next to the in-game zone. I'm just gonna hide like here, I guess. Yeah, this seems good. The abode of the Ewa. Brittany is inside this man.
That is very pretty-like.
Okay, I think I want to kick the plesiosaur thing. Yeah, this guy. Get him out of here. Alright. I think I can go in now. A river of tears.
I'm back.
I'm back. Alright, just kill me, dude. Kill me, I don't want it. I don't even want it. I don't care. Got my points. Alright, now I have 800 arrows. Blessed child. Shadow. After dark, you will not slay us, queen.
And your timing couldn't be better with all these spookified weird. But I'm happy with my range favors and to fill without and maybe even the rest of this week is to fill my currently empty ring slot. It just feels like a crime to go into the Inferno without any ring at all, and to fill that ring slot, we're paying a visit to the good old Dagannoth Kings. This is my best option for a good ring, and at 1 in 128, the rates aren't bad. The Archer's ring is good, don't get me wrong, but I have my eyes set on the Seer's ring, which might seem a little weird, but I'm happy with my ranged accuracy at this point. Something I think I'll struggle with, on the other hand, in the Inferno is magic accuracy. At the start of every Inferno wave, I'll be sending out an Ice Barrage, and hitting it successfully makes a wave significantly easier. And currently, my accuracy is roughly 78%, which across 60 plus waves isn't great. This Seer's ring can solve that problem. When imbued, a Seer's ring gives 12 magic accuracy, almost as much as wearing another pair of Mystic bottoms. It's that good. So we're off to the Dagannoth King lair. It's probably going to take over half my tiles to get down there, and honestly, my setup really isn't great right now. I'm just weighing this. Probably going to have to come back with some blood spells because I have like no food on me right now. I just kind of wanted to do a run instantly. Like halfway through the dungeon right now, and I've taken so much damage. I'm on 48 health. I have 2 food on me. Oh my god, we made it, but at what cost? I used all of my food getting down here. I would have died had I had no food. I don't know why I underestimated this so badly. Oh, we are so back. Supreme is busy with someone. Can I tag Prime from here? I can. What the heck? That's actually such a long range. All the Dagannoth Kings are weak to a certain style, and luckily, Prime is weak to range, so it's the only one I plan to kill. It works out perfectly for me. All right, we're done. 1 Prime kill, 1 Seer's ring. Here we go. 865 coins. Pretty close. Not sure how long I'm gonna last here with 3 food, but skills are insanely fast. 5 sharks, okay. Maybe the best drop I could have gotten apart from a Seer's ring itself. Now I can stay here longer. The respawn times are so long, I need food to like last until the boss respawns. This should be kill number 10, but as soon as I see anything, I am out of here because this is getting a little... Yep, that's a big number. We're out, we're out, we're out. Okay, get out. Almost got kill number 10 though, and now I know I can break way more anti-poisons and more blood spells. Don't really need that much prayer. As always, gotta break the looting bag and get everything out of it. I think I've said it before, but switching to Ancients is the biggest mobility nerf in the game for me. I've unlocked almost every location in the game through a teleport or a shortcut, so not having those teleports or shortcuts basically blocks me off from most of the areas that I've been in the game once I switch to Ancients. So it's a really bad nerf for me, and that's why I don't...
Why the Prinny already fishing though? Maybe he's slapping. Oh, he's slapping. He's a slapper.
Don't like being... on Ancients, but for the Seer's ring, I will do it. Ancient spellbook on. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's me, your Dagannoth Prime champion. Okay, blood spells were worth it, I admit. No way. No way. 16 kills, baby, let's go. I was ready to grind this thing out for like 12 hours today. That is beautiful. I think this is overall the luckiest RuneScape account I've ever made. Just such consistent luck. Can't believe how fast that happened. 16 kills, bro. Let's go. We're not done yet, though. We're gonna have to imbue this ring. Imbuing a ring doubles its stats, so we kind of have to do it. The plan is to sit at Nightmare Zone, re-killing quest bosses for 6 hours to get enough points to imbue the ring. Before heading to Nightmare Zone, I decided to do the fishing contest quest and a little bit of the recipe for disaster quest so I can get myself a rock cake. Okay, there we go. Got our rock cake. Took a little bit of time, but now Nightmare Zone is going to be a lot easier. I can use this to get myself to 1 HP, and then I'll sip a bunch of absorption potions in Nightmare Zone, and then monsters can only hit me for 1. It costs 4,000 points to get an absorption potion in this minigame, and 650,000 points to imbue this ring, so I'm going to have to spend a lot of points to make more points.
Alright, here we go. Let's get to the fish. Let's not to the fish. Rises reborn from the fish mist. Sunsets, skies tranquil after the fish. Blessed fish. Remember when people were mad at Ultima theme music?
No.
Yeah, actually, it's kind of weird.
But there were other people like, it shouldn't be Zone music after you beat the game. It's too dramatic for Zone.
No, it's not quite. I've just heard people complain about the being Christian rock.
I've heard that too, but a lot of people are like, I don't want to hear it while I'm fishing or mining.
Then fucking play your own music.
I know, right?
That's just how it goes, I guess. I'm about to get 6 hour logged, which means, well, I've been at this for about 6 hours, and I still need about 250,000 points. So, I guess tack on another 3 hours to the estimate. It's been a long day. This actually took a lot longer than I remember at Nightmare Zone, but the upgrade is worth every hour spent. Sears Ring. I
Wait, did
was
Pretty already
expecting
get
to
it?
spend a few days hunting the ring and imbuing it together, but I managed all of this in one day. It is pretty late.
We went to
It's
another
still the same day.
fishing
So
spot.
200k away from 99 range. Got so many things done today. That was such a good grind for me overall. And since we're done with this rock cake, I can finish up this recipe for disaster quest. Get some XP, get some chest access. I don't know if it's really gonna help me in any way, but next thing on the list, I'm gonna be killing chickens here until I get 50,000 feathers. This is a grind I haven't really been looking forward to all that. 99 range, baby. It's been a long time coming. First skill cape, first 99 on the account, and of course one of the 3 Inferno stats I needed. I basically just spent a bunch of time doing pest control since the combat achievements have made getting points really fast and it requires very little attention. The long awaited skill cape, first one on the account, and it's green just like my tiles. The perk of this cape is it acts exactly like an accumulator, so it saves my ammo, but I'm gonna be honest, it's not that good until I get another 99. That'll trim the cape and give it some pretty good stats, so I might have to wait for that before it's worth using. But that's another Inferno requirement off the list, 2 to go. Okay, real talk. 2 major things left to take care of, and they're way more important than 99 range, as cool as that was. This will be a long week for me. 95 magic is not only the grindiest thing remaining, but also the most expensive. I do have a ton of money from Gauntlet, but I'll need plenty of money for the Inferno itself, so I need to be a little careful with my spending. And I have a plan to potentially get another really cool upgrade, if we get lucky enough. I have 27 prayer pots left. I'm gonna make them last as long as possible, but I'm using every last one on magic XP. I'm just gonna burst Dust Devils until I'm flat broke. Bought almost 600 bronze knives, should be enough for Dust Devils. Amazing news, guys. 91 magic, 4 levels to go. No! Oh, I wasn't paying any attention. No! Oh, getting back there is super annoying, especially on the ancient spell book. There goes 40 minutes of my time today. My 27 prayer potions got used up real fast, and before I knew it, I had to resort to other methods of hitting this 95 magic goal. I did a lot of different things, from teleporting to fire blasting to alching, and even killing hellhounds for hard clue scrolls, because I did want to try my hand at getting another Inferno upgrade. We'll definitely revisit this soon. There's 92 magic, beautiful, 3 to go. By the time I hit 93 magic with over 25 plus hours invested in this grind in particular, I was down hard. 26 mil I started the week with. Everyone doubted me, and here I am with 93 magic. I'm not going to provide any sources as to who doubted me, but we do still have 2 levels to go, and the funds are kind of running a bit low. 17 mil is still a lot of cash, but at this point, it is what it is. 94 magic, long time coming, and in theory, this could be good enough for the Inferno, but one little monster specifically, this silly little bat has a chance to drain my stats, and if I'm drained below 94 magic, I can't freeze things, and that's a risk that could jeopardize a run, and I can't be having that. So we're reaching for one more magic level, and I know exactly how I want to do it because I finally have a ton of tiles prepared for a big clue scroll session. This is what I was waiting for. 3,500 tiles to work with. Hard clue completion rate is not good, but with this many tiles, I can probably bump it up by a couple percent and hopefully get some completions, hopefully get a last minute Inferno gear upgrade. At this point, there's not a ton of slots that I could realistically upgrade, except for 3 of them. Boots, gloves, and ammo. All 3 of these could be upgraded from a hard clue scroll, and each of them has 6 potential upgrade options. All of these potential upgrades increase my prayer bonus, which in my opinion is the greatest currency in the Inferno. I only have 10 prayer bonus with my current setup, which could definitely be improved, and that's exactly what we're going to try to do on this hard clue scroll hunt. And in the meantime, we have 700k magic XP left to finish off 95 magic, so why not? I'm well aware there are many better things I could be doing for clue scrolls right now, but I just want to do this, so let's go! It's been a while. Hard clue. First step. Shiloh Village CKR. Very doable. Let's do it.
I think you got the fish.
What gave it away?
Hmm.
I'm gonna pet Brenny.
Do not pet that Prenny.
Nah, just cheer him on.
Prennies are unpettable.
That's what I can do after I finish Lizardman. If I finish them at a reasonable time tonight, I can do some pest control. Control some pests. Brittany got it! Another fish at 12 since Source, I made it the F up! No, it's true. I mean, I guess I can do that one. Okay, it's a machine. That's fun. Alright, I guess I'll set an alarm for, I don't know, 11:40. $11:42. That is gonna scare the ever-loving heck out of me when it goes off, by the way, because I guarantee I will have Fergor. I'll be deep in the lizard hole, as one is.
You would be deep in the lizard's hole.
One is often deep in the lizard hole. That's just, it's just a fact of life, Town. If you're not deep in the lizard hole, why not. Alright, I got that fish, so I can get the 1 out of 5,000 now, right? Hee. Ooh. I'm at a 1,135. Man, it sure would be nice to get this one early. 5,000 is just a daunting number. But I guess I'm already 20% there.
Okay, so the second step is wilderness.
Well,
it's
not
not
towards the
that
drop,
far
but-
from the canoe I unlocked, and since my whole thing right now is completing hard clues, I am down to risk this one. By risk it, I mean I'm just gonna die in Edgeville, and all my stuff is gonna stay here. I've avoided doing this in the past because I don't want to do it for every single wilderness step, but since our entire goal right now is to complete hard clues, I can't really avoid them. It's like a 1 in 5 shot that you get a wilderness step on a hard clue, so I kind of have to suck it up and start unlocking them, start doing them. Maple Shorpo coming in clutch, the weapon of champions. Let's see if this oh, a looting bag. That's actually pretty nice. I won't have to get another one later. Another step and another wilderness clue. This is what I'm talking about. They're just so common that I'm kind of forced to do them, so I'll be storing my stuff at Edgeville and just going into these wilderness clues. I mean, it's like 30 minutes every time I have to do that, but it makes me wonder what it's like to play with a bank these days. I forget sometimes that 99.99% of players can just bank their things and then go into the wilderness and do a clue. It's just not a big deal. I forget about that stuff. Never in a million years did I think I'd be completing this agility course on this account. Another brave wizard taken from this world. Step number 4. Another doable one. This could be the final one too. I can go pick up my stuff because this is not a dangerous one. That should be good for now. I grabbed most of my stuff. I'll come back for the rest of it after we finish this step. And another step, step number 5. Okay, so for this one, we need 2 different quests. We need Merlin's Crystal and Holy Grail. I'm gonna go take care of those then. That's gonna take like an hour to do these 2 quests, but afterward, we should most likely get a casket. So very challenging quest. Merlin's Crystal done. Now we just need to do Holy Grail and we're good to go. We're not even done with the quest here yet, and we get another step. Okay, thank God I can do it. I was about to be really, really upset if I couldn't do this step. Getting blocked on step 6 would have been so miserable, but we are guaranteed a casket here. And not only that, but Holy Grail completed. Got a lot of XP from that quest. Genuinely very good reward for that. Yes, there it is, baby. 6-step hard clue. We went through a lot to do that, and I am so excited to see the reward. It's been a while since I've done a hard clue. So many upgrades we could get from this. I mean, it's some money. I can't really save this one. It's just a bad clue. I gotta do the bar crawl for this step, which means I gotta go visit like 11 bars in RuneScape. That's gonna be pretty expensive tile-wise, but that's what they're for, right? And I have to drop this. I can't do this clue no matter what, unfortunately. Can't do anything to grind it out. It's just a lock. It's time to level up in the world of hard clues. I'm getting back on the ancient spellbook. We're about to burst some jellies because they have an insane hard clue rate, and if I can kill like what 7, 8, 9 at a time, we're gonna be getting them so much faster. I don't have any prayer potions, but I'm just gonna be prayer flicking the entire time, at least as much as I can, and this should be way faster for getting clues. Boom! Oh my god, that was so fast. 5 minutes. 5 minutes for a hard clue. And step number 5. Yes, another hard clue completed. Let's go. I'm so excited. It's just I don't get to complete them very often. And we get Black Tea Body Rune Skirt. I mean, just a bunch of alchables again. I mean, it is what it is. That's kind of how hard clues go. Hoping for a better tomorrow with actual uniques. 18 that I can get that can help me. I have faith. I have faith that I'm gonna get one of them. This will be the longest hard clue step I've ever unlocked. Clocking in at just over 500 tiles just to get to one little place. Okay, and we have another completed hard clue. Beautiful. Let's see what we get from this. Oh, it looked so promising. Look at how many 4 uniques in that clue. I know it's a long shot for an upgrade, but that does look good. 4 uniques in a clue. Can't complain about that. That's pretty sick. Things you love to see. Another hard clue on the ground. No, things you hate to see. An impossible step. Oh, I've been waiting for this. It's been 3 weeks since I got my first stamina potion. That's my second stamina potion for the Inferno now. Beautiful. Doing a little detour, I decided to get the items for this medium clue step, and I'm gonna build the stash unit here so that I can complete it in the future. Medium clues also have about 8 potential upgrades for the Inferno, so they are still worth doing, but I'm gonna stick to hards for the most part. I think tomorrow I'm gonna stack a couple easy, medium, and hard caskets just so we can have a big opening with all of them. I think that would be really fun. And we get the medium casket. Nice. This clue actually took over an hour because I had to get a lot of different items for it. Let's see what we get. Armadillo page 4, we did get a unique, just not what we were looking for. Fair game. So I've once again run into a bit of a roadblock. I need to finish Fairy Tale Part 2 for this next step, and that's exactly what I'm gonna go do. Might as well just unlock it permanently. So I'll see you in an hour. Luckily, I did have most of this quest area already unlocked, so we do get some Herblore XP and a little lamp that I'm just gonna also use on Herblore, I think. No, I can't do the next step. I started the next morning by getting a couple medium clues, an easy clue, and a hard clue, and trying to complete all of them for one big opening session. I was able to complete 2 medium clues this morning, and this should be the final step of this easy clue. The only thing we can get from easies are blessings. That's our easy clue completed, and we have 1 step remaining on this hard clue, so we're gonna have 4 caskets to open. I'm pretty excited. Turned out to be a really good idea to get that Fairy Tale Part 2 done, because it's my last step on this hard clue. With medium clues on the table now, we can hope for either Ranger Boots or Holy Sandals as a big buff to the Inferno setup. Rolling a useful boot pair is extremely unlikely, though, to say the least. Got the hard casket, which means we have 4 caskets to open. Honestly, not bad odds. Not terrible odds of getting something here. Start with the easy clue. Not very high hopes for this one, but honestly, that's a lot of money for an easy clue. That's probably 3 times the average you can expect from an easy. Moving on to the mediums. No way. No way. I'm in disbelief. 5 clues. 5 mediums for that. That's like the best pair of boots I could have gotten for the Inferno. What is that look? On clue number 5, what is going on? And I still have 2 more caskets to open. Okay, let's open another one. We get a Saradomin page, some runes. Not really that interesting. It's really hard to top that, to be fair. Really hard to top that clue. And we have our hard casket to finish it up. The pirate hat. Okay, what a clue session. I actually want to keep this hat so bad. I think I will. It's just lovely. I mean, look at me. I was gonna grind way more clues, but this is as good as it gets. I can't beat Holy Sandals. These are such a good pull. Unlike Ranger Boots or God D'hide Boots, they don't give any negative magic attack bonus. So in my opinion, these are the best boots I could have gotten. Well, I guess we can go ahead and alch all the stuff we don't need. Whoa, how did that happen? All right, enough of that. 95 magic. Inferno stat number 2 completed. 1 final level on the agenda before we are good to go, and that's 94 hit points. And you know what? I think I know just the way to grind this level out. It's been 9 months since I first killed Zulrah on this account, and it was pretty difficult back then with the gear we were working with. Nowadays, things are a little different. I am really geared out to grind this boss. Zulrah holds 1 amazing Inferno upgrade, and that's the blowpipe. I talked about it 9 months ago, and it remains as relevant today as it did before. It's not a necessity, but it has so many cases in the Inferno that are so useful. The special attack can heal you, it's double the speed of the Bofa, so it's great for low HP and low defense targets. Ultimately, it would just be really good to have. Even though it's been 9 months since I've done Zulrah on this account, the main inconveniences of the boss have stayed the same throughout all this time. I'm still gonna have to make my own rings of recoil. I'm still gonna have to go buy anti-poisons every trip, so that stuff definitely still limits my kills per hour like a huge amount. This time around, the luxury I have is my gear is good enough that I think I can get kills with much less food, so I'm gonna be making 5 or 6 rings of recoil, and I'll just keep them in my inventory so that I don't have to make them as often as I did last time. I'm hoping this gear is good enough to just consistently get kills with a lower amount of food. I don't even have any switches or anything. I'm just going in with this range setup, and I'll be ranging every single phase, even the ones that aren't weak to range. As anticipated, the bow is just ripping non-stop. It really doesn't matter that I have no switches. It doesn't matter that I'm attacking with the same style on every phase. Zulrah is so much fun in this gear. I could definitely see myself staying here a while because it's just so free. Like, it's just so insanely free with this setup. It's our first kill back, and we get, honestly, a pretty good drop. I will take that. I like the battle staffs. 3-minute kill. Actually a bit long, I think. We'll probably be averaging like 2.5-minute kills or so. Boom, just like that. Absolutely shattered the PB. 2 minutes 11 and an insane drop. 70 manta rays is so good for me. What is that drop? I just got a loop and tooth half in one drop. And for the first crystal key on the account, we get nothing great. Pretty standard. Oh my god. No way. 44 kills. That's insane. Actually, the second best drop I could have gotten. Obviously, the blowpipe would have been amazing. To get this so early is so important. I never need anti-poison to kill Zulrah ever again. I have permanent immunity to poison and venom. This is a godsend drop for this grind. So good. Genuinely such an amazing drop to get. I'm losing a little bit of DPS since I'm not wearing the crystal helm, but to not be worried about getting poisoned, I think is so much bigger than that. So I can put the crystal helm on during phases where I absolutely can't be poisoned. I'm getting like 8 to 9 kills per hour right now, but with no more stops for anti-poisons, we could be getting an extra kill per hour now. That's a PB. 145. What a nice PB. Ooh, you know, I've been thinking about this. I was expecting to get one of these eventually. I can do this step actually. I'm gonna go try to do this, but I've never completed an elite clue on this account. The odds are insanely low. With these restrictions and my stats, it's just not a high probability, but it would be really cool just to say I've done one on this account. So I will be attempting every single elite clue I get from Zulrah, and maybe, just maybe, we can complete one. String a U longbow. That is maybe one of the worst ones I could have gotten. If I still had the money, I actually would spend it on fletching, but I'm down to 6.5 mil, so we'll get more. We'll get more. Oh, I could get the combat task here. Please. Yes. Oh my god. I've been trying to get that combat task for so long. And we get another elite clue. Let's go. Let's see if we can do this one. Got another super deep wilderness step. These elite clues could rob me of every tile I have. There's so many steps that I don't have unlocked that would take 6,000 or 7,000 more tiles. Okay, please just be a casket. This is step 6. No, please. Oh, it's a Sherlock step. This could be so bad. I want to say there's only about 30% of Sherlock steps that I can complete right now, which is not, the odds do not favor me here. This is step number 7. Please be humble. No, no, not that. I have literally 1 rune crafting. It's step 7, bro. It's step 7. The worst skill for me. It's literally, I have 0 XP, dude. How long is 44 rune crafting? I'd have to go to library. That's like, I don't know, 10, 11 hours? Do I want to invest that amount of time into... All right, there's 44 rune crafting. What? I was gonna get it. This actually ended up being more like 15 hours, by the way. I didn't think it would take this long, but there are just some things in this world that you have to do. 15 hours of rune crafting later, nature rune made. Although that's the first rune I've actually rune crafted. I did everything through library, so. By the way, this was my first time training rune crafting in over 5 years. This is why you do it. For this view, this is why you do it right here. Essentially the only elite clue I'll complete on this account. Let's see what we get. It's about what I expected, honestly. It would have been cool to see a cool unique, but you know what? Honestly, no regrets. That's a bucket list item. We take it. I've been at Zulrah for 2 days now, with 1 unique at 44 kill count. We're getting close to hitting the rate for another, and I've decided to set a hard cap at 250 Zulrah kills. If I don't get the blowpipe by then, I'll be stepping into the Inferno without it and just trying my luck. Every time I die at Zulrah, it's about a 30-minute time waste. I have to buy runes over here just so I can get back to the charter. I have to do 2 trips to get my stuff back, so it's just very costly time-wise to die. You really don't want to die. Kill number 140 for a dragon halberd. We need the money, honestly. I don't know what happened, man. My money just evaporated. It's 150 KC and we get Zulrah Master. That's right. That's actually a big combat achievement for me. 5 points. I'm pretty sure I'm super close to the medium combat achievements now. Ooh, very close to the mediums, actually. 18 points away. Just for a little bit of a break, I'm gonna go kill Giant Mole for some combat tasks because I'm so close to the mediums and I can easily get a couple points here. Decided to kill the easiest boss in the game for 5 more points. I just kind of want to finish off the mediums before the Inferno. It's just so close at this point that I kind of want to do it. 156. We need the death runes. Good drop. We're up to 7k death runes in the rune pouch. I'm collecting those as much as I can. Entering day 4 of Zulrah, I was officially going dry for a second unique and approaching my hard cap of 250 kills. On the bright side, I'm up almost 3,000 death runes since starting this grind, and I'm getting very close to 94 hit points, which was one of the main points of this. Wow, what a drop. 8 teleports. That's so good for me. That speeds up my kills so much. I said I would go to 250, but if I don't get a unique by 250, then I think I'm just gonna go until I get another unique drop because I think it would be sad to end with only 1. Battle stabs and teleports though, nice, pretty good drop. Oh my god, that's a unique, but not what I was looking for. No. No, I can't even make any jewelry out of it, dude. My crafting level's too low. That's such a sad one to get. That's the saddest unique you can get. I was 200 kills on the dot from our Serp Helm. 200 kills for the Onyx. I guess I will be stopping at 250 then. I did get the second unique after all, so I'm gonna get these last 6 kills done. Maybe we get a miracle drop here. Okay, it all ends here. Took the full 4 days to get 250 kills. I'm gonna say over 30 hours to get this kill count. The Serp is nice. I'm still happy. I'm gonna keep the Serp Helm, but this is what the looting bag is looking like right now. I got a bunch of Snapdragons from Zulrah, which at least that's a really nice thing. That's gonna be more super restores for the Inferno, which is great, and I also got a bunch of death runes. I think I ended up getting around 7k death runes from this grind, so tons of great things, a lot of great benefits. It's not necessarily only the blowpipe that helps me out here. Definitely a lot of conveniences that I could get that would make Zulrah twice as fast, 3 times as fast, but we worked with what we could. After finishing up our 4-day Zulrah grind, I decided it was time to tie up some loose ends, and that's what I spent an entire day doing. I made back a decent portion of my money by selling my Zulrah drops. I took the 200 noted dragon bones I got from Zulrah and decided to use them on the wilderness altar and got over 90,000 prayer XP, leaving me really close to 70 prayer. I got my first Hespori kill for more combat achievements and ended up finishing the medium tier. And we get 71 Herbler from the lamp, let's go. With the medium combat achievements completed, I was now getting an extra 2 points per pest control game, allowing me to very easily finish off 94 hit points and racking up just enough points for one final level. I can't believe I'm about to enter the Inferno. 70 prayer, that is the last level I'm getting. All my loose ends tied up, all my levels gotten. I am entirely ready. That was it. So it all comes down to this. With just under 2,000 hours of playtime on the account, unlocking RuneScape 1 tile at a time, it's finally time to beat RuneScape's biggest challenge. I've been waiting to say those words, and I'll see you in the finale.
Hi, I'm Michael, and this is Lessons from the Screenplay. Marge vs. the Monorail, written by Conan O'Brien, is widely considered the best episode of The Simpsons. So how did he accomplish this? In his book, Story, Robert McKee describes the principles of story design.
The legendary Duke Ellington once said, "By and large, Jazz has always been the kind of a man you wouldn't want your daughter to associate with." And by that measure, I think there are few artists that so perfectly personify Jazz like Bleeding Gums Murphy. Let's take a closer look.
Look at the movie McBain. The editing doesn't just enhance the action and help give the audience information, it's also a vehicle for writers to deliver jokes on a secondary level.
In the end, there will always be a hole in the middle of the donut, a nothingness. And sooner or later, like Homer, we must all face that existential emptiness.
Matt Groening got his start self-publishing his comic book Life in Hell and sold them at Licorice Pizza, the record store in Hollywood where he worked at the time.
That often parodies famous horror films like Nightmare on Elm Street and The Shining. They consistently rank as some of the highest rated episodes of the show, as well as my own personal favorites.
Groening approached Elfman suggesting something retro, and Elfman would end up writing the tune in his car on the way home from that meeting.
It's as if everyone has an opinion on the show, and I guess it's hard not to. The pop culture phenom has been a main staple of primetime television for over 33 years, which is longer than most video essayists have even been alive. Over 5 years ago, when I was still screaming into a blank void of obscurity on YouTube and just trying to get my channel off the ground, I made The Day The Simpsons Died with just my 5th video, and I never expected the response it would get. I mean, it's the internet, so of course the response was either glowing or volatile, but it struck a chord with people, tugging at the heartstrings of nostalgia for a beloved show that has touched so many people. It's still my second most popular video with over 4 million views. It basically made my channel what it is today. And so with my 100th video, I thought it only fitting to come back to The Simpsons. But this time, I'm leaving behind the negativity, forgetting all about the show's eventual downfall in its 9th season, and this time, I'm bringing positivity, focusing on The Simpsons' humbled beginnings, the elements that made it great, until we find the first episode that perfectly embodied the show at its peak. So with that, I give you The Day The Simpsons Was Born. But before I get to that, I want to take a quick second to thank the sponsor of this video, Established Titles. As we all know, Homer has had a lot of job titles over the years,
Mascot, astronaut, imitation Krusty, baby prover, trucker.
but he's never been given the title of Lord. But you actually can. Established Titles is a project based on a historic Scottish custom where landowners are referred to as lords and ladies. They allow people to buy as little as 1 square foot of dedicated land in Groundskeeper Willie's home country of Scotland, specifically a private estate in Aberdeenshire, Scotland, so that they can call themselves a lord or lady. Each purchase comes with an official certificate with the exact location of your land, so you can officially change your name to lord or lady and get it on your credit card, plane tickets. It works great as a silly and fun gift for that someone special in your life. Not only are you buying a unique gift, but you're also helping Established Titles raise funds to support global afforestation effort groups like One Tree Planted and Trees for the Future. And Established Titles also plants a tree for every order. Right now, Established Titles is having a big sale, and if you use my unique code EntertainTheElk, one word, at checkout, you'll get an additional 10% off. So go to establishedtitles.com/EntertainTheElk to get your gift right now and help support my channel at the same time. Unless you've been living under a rock for the past 33 years, you know that The Simpsons got its start in 1987, serving as short segments on the variety program The Tracy Ullman Show.
Don't let the bed bugs bite. Bed bugs?
Matt Groening created the show, modeling the family after his own family, even naming most of the characters after his own family. The short segments quickly became the highlight of the show, becoming so popular that Matt Groening, along with James L. Brooks and Sam Simon, decided to adapt The Simpsons into a half-hour primetime series. The first episode ever produced was titled Some Enchanted Evening, where Bart, Lisa, and Maggie are left with a babysitter who happens to be a wanted burglar known as the Babysitter Bandit. It was the first episode produced, but actually ended up airing as the season 1 finale because of a major issue with the animation.
Okay, reliving the most horrifying experience in our professional lives. Well, there's some competition.
And you can see Marge just gains and loses weight, you know.
Yeah. Here's where she turns into a frog. Everything's rubbery.
Oh my
and
gosh.
It's just.
I feel sorry for us in retrospect.
They don't even obey the laws of physics. It's amazing.
Well, they obey the. He's extremely so Fred Flintstone.
No, you know, if this is what we were stuck with, there would have been no show.
At the time, there were only a few choices for animation style. Animators would usually follow 2 main styles, Disney and Warner Brothers, which tended to be set in pliable universes where the characters and environments seemed to be made of rubber,
Then pour into stew pot.
or Hanna-Barbera, which relied on exaggerated sound effects.
Old Reliable is on his way. Don't lift anything, I'll do it all.
This is not what the producers wanted for the show. They wanted The Simpsons to be a realistic environment in which the characters and objects couldn't do anything that wasn't possible in the real world. Groening's strict writing rules were only one of the major rules the show and its creators were to adhere to. There was also guides on the do's and don'ts of character animation, and an in-depth guide on directing and blocking from Brad Bird, who had a major part in helping adapt The Simpsons into a half-hour show before later going on and winning Academy Awards. Working within these parameters is what helped The Simpsons stand apart from other animated shows at the time. This wasn't a cartoon with anvils falling on heads. This was a regular primetime sitcom family that just happened to be animated. The Simpsons premiered on December 17th, 1989, with the episode Simpsons Roasting on an Open Fire, and it perfectly encapsulated the tone and look of the first 2 seasons. The world and its cast of characters were more crudely drawn, needing tweaking and adjustments before they found the right look, and the voices of these characters were slightly off too from what we would eventually come to know. But just as important as that, the writers continually tweaked the tonal balance of the storylines. The show lacked the more slapstick and sillier sensibilities it would gain in later seasons. In the first season, it was drier and even downright grim at times. Homer trying to commit suicide in Homer's Odyssey, Lisa's depression in Moaning Lisa, marital issues in Life on the Fast Lane and Homer's Night Out. Season 2 still had darker, more serious storylines, but managed to strike a better tonal balance with some infused heart, like Homer's near-death experience in One Fish, Two Fish, Blowfish, Bluefish, the flashback of how Homer and Marge first fell in love in The Way We Was, and Lisa's heartbreak in Lisa's Substitute.
Mr. Bergstrom, I'm gonna miss you.
Another dynamic that ran through the first 2 seasons was the show's hyperfixation on Bart. He became this icon overnight, a symbol of youthful rebellion. It was Bartmania. His face was everywhere. Magazines, video games, t-shirts that were getting banned from schools. Michael Jackson even wrote and co-produced the hit single Do the Bartman because he loved the show so much, which is also why he wanted so badly to guest star on the show, which he would eventually do in season 3.
People thought I was crazy for the way I dressed.
What'd you wear?
One white glove covered with rhinestones.
The creative staff at The Simpsons tried to capitalize on his popularity, and so they had more storylines that focused on Bart. There was Bart the Genius, Bart the General, the Telltale Head, the Crepes of Wrath, Bart Gets an F, Dead Pudding Society, Bart vs. Thanksgiving, Bart the Daredevil, Bart Gets Hit by a Car, Bart's Dog Gets an F, and The 3 Men and a Comic Book. Now, Homer had his share of episodes in the first 2 seasons, and Bart would certainly have many, many more episodes with him as a focal point in future seasons, but in those first 2 seasons, it was like the show revolved around Bart, which limited the possibilities of the show.
The phenomenon was so much Bart-centric.
When did you, as the writers, make the decision to shift from Bart to Homer? And I say we never had any conscious long-term plan over anything. It was just probably that as we aged, or we thought of Homer stories more easily than Bart stories.
It's a 10-year-old boy. There's never been much he can do.
Homer could be a Law and Order guy, and now I'm a hippie.
In a world that's trying to remain true to life, there's only so much a 4th grade kid can do. And so coming up with storylines for Bart became more difficult. That's why the show seemed to slowly shift focus from Bart to Homer, an adult character with a bank account, car, no curfew, and little sense, just has so many more creative possibilities in comparison to an 8-year-old. Shifting focus from Bart to Homer was a big step in the right direction for the show. But in the first 2 seasons, the writers were still putting themselves in a creative corner by focusing solely on the Simpson family.
We're back. John Bachman.
Welcome back.
What would John Bachman do?
I mean, it makes sense why they would do that. When you're starting a television show, you want to quickly establish and develop the main characters. But the show took another step once it started expanding the world of Springfield and its vast cast of characters. They started doing this a little bit in season 2 with Mr. Burns in 2 cars in every garage and 3 eyes on every fish, Principal Skinner and Selma in Principal Charming, and Grandpa Simpson in Old Money. But they really began expanding the world of the series and developing the supporting characters from the very beginning of season 3. with Ned Flanders in When Flanders Failed, and Krusty the Clown in Like Father, Like Clown. Now, there were plenty of excellent episodes in the first 2 seasons, and certainly in the beginning of season 3, but I think everything finally came together creatively for the first time on November 21st, 1991, with the episode Flaming Moe's, the day The Simpsons was born. In the episode, Homer shares a recipe for a drink he invented to Moe, whose business is struggling financially. The recipe is one that Homer came up with accidentally when Patty and Selma made his family watch slides from their vacation, comprised of a mixture of random liquor bottles and Krusty brand cough syrup, all set on fire to balance out the alcohol content. The result is an incredible tasting drink that Homer coined a Flaming Homer, but Moe steals for his own business and calls a Flaming Moe.
Well, it's called a Flaming
Moe. It's called a Flaming Moe. That's right, a Flaming Moe. My name is Moe and I invented it.
Moe renames his tavern Flaming Moe's, and it quickly becomes the trendiest night spot in Springfield, with everyone wanting to know the secret recipe. Homer becomes obsessed by Moe's betrayal and eventual success, and after growing mad with resentment, he tells everyone the recipe out of revenge.
Cough syrup. Nothing but plain, ordinary, over-the-counter children's cough syrup.
Now, with every bar and restaurant able to sell their own version of the Flaming Moe, Moe's business dwindles again, and he and Homer's friendship is able to be reconciled.
Compliments to the house. One Flaming Homer.
Oh, thanks, Moe.
All creative elements seem to be building towards this episode. Matt Groening's strict rule of animated reality was stretched a bit to allow room for sillier and more slapstick humor, but never sacrificed the overall tone and emotional stakes of the story. For example, when Homer is in his maddened, delusional state, he sees Moe's face everywhere, on men, women, children, and even plants. It's a funny visual gag that stretches reality, but still gives us a glimpse inside Homer's mental state, which the audience needs in order to track his progression from frustration to near insanity, and ultimately his motivation for divulging the secret recipe. This episode was just another example of why it was so important to shift the focus of the show from Bart to Homer. The possibilities of what Homer can do are endless compared to Bart, who is basically confined to his home and school. But this episode also reinforced the importance of shifting away from the Simpsons family towards other side characters. This is our first time really getting to know Moe the bartender, who has his own character arc and has multiple scenes without any of the Simpsons family. I also feel like this is the first episode where the town of Springfield felt alive and lived in. All the party scenes at Flaming Moe's had this palpable energy as we hop from one character to the next, each getting a little moment of their own, and we're able to see different shades of these characters we've never really seen before, since we're seeing them outside of their usual element, like Edna Krabappel outside of the school.
Single parent, are we?
No!
Well, let's pretend you are.
Get away from me.
And Krusty the Clown outside the TV studio.
Krusty, over here! What's it?
All these little moments felt like individual brushstrokes, making up a larger painting that you want so badly to step into because it feels so real. Flaming Moe's also has all the pieces you'd want from a perfect Simpsons episode. Character-driven storyline.
But honey, he's your friend, Morris. And you took advantage of him.
Rapid-paced gags and jokes.
The secret ingredient is love. Who's been screwing with this thing?
A little heart and sentimentality, pop culture references, celebrity guests, and so many memorable quotes.
Ooh, look at me. I'm making people happy. I'm the magical man from Happy Land.
Great episodes came before it, but Flaming Moe's really heralded the beginning of The Simpsons' golden age that would last through its 8th season. Perhaps the best run of any show in television history. Until that fateful day on September 28th, 1997. No. This video is about positivity. Staying positive. Okay, so with positivity in mind, here are my personal top 10 favorite Simpsons episodes of all time. First, honorable mentions for Lisa's Substitute, Homer at the Bat, and Marge versus the Monorail. 10, Treehouse of Horror 5. 9, Last Exit to Springfield. 8, Duffless. 7, Deep Space Homer. 6, Mr. Plow. 5, Homer's Triple Bypass. 4, And Maggie Makes 3. 3, Homer Goes to College. 2, Homer the Heretic. And 1, Lemon of Troy. When I look at my list of top 10 episodes, a few thoughts come to mind. First, picking my top 10 episodes was a lot harder than I thought it'd be. Season 3 through 8 is truly special, and you can't really go wrong picking most episodes from that golden age run. Second, this list really highlights the elements of the show when it was at its best. Homer as the main focus, clever writing with non-stop gags and cultural references, but also the balance of slapstick, intelligence, and heart. And lastly, it makes me consider the way I used to watch The Simpsons when I was a kid versus how I watch it now as an adult. When I was a kid watching The Simpsons, I enjoyed the animation, I enjoyed the slapstick humor, and the few references I actually understood. It felt dangerous, like I was watching something I wasn't supposed to be, especially since so many of my friends growing up weren't allowed to watch The Simpsons. When I was younger, I watched it thinking I was Bart, when actually I was probably Lisa, the younger sibling who was more sensitive and emotional. I chose to play the saxophone when I was in 7th grade band because I didn't know much about music at the time, but I knew that I loved the way music sounded when Lisa Simpson played it on TV. But now, as I watch The Simpsons as an adult, a husband, and a father, obviously I understand so many more of the references, which makes those Golden Age episodes still feel fresh after 30 years. But also, I can't help but relate to Homer in so many ways. The sacrifices you make for your family, struggling to be the best husband and father you can be in spite of the mistakes, wrestling with your religion through trials and suffering. There's so many moments that make me cry now that never did when I was a kid.
Goodbye, Lisa. I know you'll make me proud.
Daddy.
It's a testament to the show's multi-layered writing that made it so all ages could enjoy it for different reasons during those years. The Golden Age, that started on November 21st, 1991, with the episode Flaming Moe's, the day The Simpsons was born. You just watched my 100th video on the channel, and I really hope you enjoyed it. If this is your first time watching one of my videos, or if you... The history and bizarre behind-the-scenes drama surrounding Community has been well documented at this point. A premise based on creator Dan Harmon's own experience attending community college, Harmon's story circle writing method, poor ratings, Chevy Chase voicemails, sexual harassment, Harmon fired from his own show, the gas leak year, cast departures, cancellations, reunion, hashtag, and a movie. And if you don't know about these things, well then feel free to click over to my other video, The Day Community Died, where I go into all these aspects in more detail. The heights of Community's creative excellence is only matched by the volatility that surrounded basically every aspect of production. When I watch the show now, with the knowledge of the bubbling tension underneath everything, I'm really amazed that such a brilliant and funny show was still able to emerge. And the show's legacy only seems to be growing as more people continue to discover Community on streaming platforms, and with its cast members going off and finding success after the show. But what made Community so special? And what's the first episode that perfectly balanced all those creative elements together? Well, come along as I search for The Day Community was born. But before we do that, I want to take a minute to thank the sponsor of this video, Atlas VPN. It was really easy researching for this video because here in the United States, Community is streaming on Hulu and Netflix. But if you're in a different country, you may not be able to stream Community, or maybe another one of your favorite shows, because of licensing rights or geo restrictions. But with Atlas VPN, that's no longer an issue. You can set your VPN to a number of countries around the world and instantly have access to that country's catalog of content. You can finally watch what you want when you want. Atlas VPN was developed by top cybersecurity specialists and IT engineers back in 2019 with the goal of making the internet accessible and secure for everyone. And with currently more than 6 million users, they're well on their way. Enjoy the most affordable online protection for just $1.99 a month with a 30-day back guarantee. Enjoy blazing speeds when streaming your favorite shows, protect all your devices with a single subscription, and stop ads and malware attacks at the source so that way your personal information stays safe. In today's world, having a VPN is really just a no-brainer. I mean, I love how it unlocks so much content around the world that I otherwise wouldn't have access to, but besides that, it's so easy to have your information, data, money, and privacy stolen online. So again, protect yourself and protect your family by clicking the link in the description below. When you use my link, you'll get 82% off a 3-year plan, which again comes to only $1.99 a month. And with the 30-day money-back guarantee, you can check out everything they have to offer with zero risk to your wallet. The pilot episode premiered on September 17, 2009, and even though it's a strong episode that immediately established the type of gags and pop culture references that would permeate the show throughout its run,
No, Dad! What about you?
that actually was from The Breakfast Club.
There were still aspects that needed tuning, specifically with the characters and the overall tone of the show. This isn't a knock against Community. This happens with all television shows. You only have 21 minutes in the pilot to establish as much as you can, but you can't do everything. The first season is all about making time for fine-tuning and organic growth. Chang wasn't even introduced until the second episode, Spanish 101.
In Espanol, my nickname is El Tigre Chino.
Characters were largely one note, like Annie, who was introduced as a Tracy Flick-like foil for Jeff,
What board certifies a tutor?
and Troy, who was this cocky, arrogant jock.
You're a stupid jock who lost his scholarship by dislocating both shoulders in a keg stand.
Keg flip. They're very hard to pull off.
Both so wildly different from who they would become in later episodes. Throughout the first season, all the characters were given more space to properly flesh out. One of the exciting aspects of a show's first season is also seeing which characters have organic chemistry. The writers spent the first season trying and testing relationships like Annie and Troy in episodes like Football, Feminism and You, Home Economics, and Romantic Expressionism. Troy and Abed's friendship started as little stingers at the end of episodes.
Buenos días, me gustan papas frías, bigote de la cabra, Cameron Diaz. Yeah, boy.
Before they got entire storylines and episodes, like in Advanced Criminal Law, Politics of Human Sexuality, and Environmental Science.
I like you, Jeffrey. You remind me of myself at your age.
Jeff and Pierce had this father-son, mentor-mentee relationship in a lot of Season 1 episodes, with sage wisdom given and a lesson learned at the end of episodes, like Spanish 101, Social Psychology, Introduction to Statistics, Politics of Human Sexuality, Basic Genealogy, and Beginner Pottery.
Good luck, Pierce. Don't need it. Never had it.
One of the dynamics that impresses me the most throughout the first season is the relationship between Jeff and Annie. From the pilot episode, it's clear that the show was pitched with a romantic through line between Jeff and Britta. But by pairing Jeff and Annie, they found chemistry that really worked in episodes like Debate 109 and Basic Genealogy.
You're becoming dangerous, Annie. Just those doe eyes. Disappointing you is like choking a little mermaid with a light chain.
The writers listened to that chemistry and let it drive the show, as opposed to forcing the show in a direction just because that's what was planned from the beginning. And that paid off beautifully with the unexpected twist in the first season finale. The other main element that was honed over the first season was the show's overall tone. As I said earlier, the fast-paced gags and pop culture references were there from the pilot episode, but what Community really became known for and revered for were the episodes that went full parody or genre homage for the entire episode. Community played with these tonal shifts briefly in earlier episodes like Introduction to Statistics, when Abed narrated as Batman watching over Greendale.
I am Batman. Or am I? Yes, I am Batman.
Beginner Pottery, when the students sailed across the Greendale parking lot to save a drowning Pierce, and The Science of Illusion, when Annie and Shirley served as temporary security guards chasing Jeff across campus before getting reprimanded by Abed acting as the chief of police.
Agitating my sciatica. I'm too old for this.
But once they started committing to these tonal shifts for entire episodes, that's when Community elevated itself creatively. Much like Harmon's story circle writing method that gives order and structure to chaos, these genre episodes excelled because they were still grounded in reality, with small, believable stakes for the characters that were treated with utmost seriousness and reverence. Modern Warfare had a campus-wide paintball fight over priority registration. Remedial Chaos Theory sprouted multiple timelines in order to determine who would go grab the pizza from downstairs. Advanced Dungeons & Dragons was an effort to help encourage a bullied classmate. Digital Estate Planning had Pierce fighting for his inheritance. Pillows and Blankets turned into a Ken Burns-style documentary about Troy and Abed's strained friendship. Epidemiology had a zombie outbreak at a campus Halloween party. Basic Lupine Neurology was a Law & Order style investigation into a sabotaged biology class experiment, and Abed's Uncontrollable Christmas was a claymation episode used to process Abed's grief of losing his mother. These episodes broke convention, stepping outside the classroom, study room, and away from normal college campus antics. In these episodes, Greendale became this shapeless blob that could take the form of whatever the narrative called for. And the parodies were treated with 100% commitment and sincerity. There was no winking at the camera. Everything was serious for the characters. And perhaps most importantly, these episodes weren't a pause or breakaway from the overarching plot lines and character development spanning the show. These episodes were canon, and the insane situations helped exaggerate the characters' personalities, desires, and insecurities. If you ask someone to name their favorite Community episodes, these are the types of episodes that would most likely be mentioned. They felt unique, different. I mean, I know these were the episodes that I would talk about and share with my friends as I tried to convince them to give the show a chance. For example, here's my list of top 10 Community episodes, and notice how each episode is a parody or genre homage. 10. Paradigms of Human Memory. 9. Documentary Filmmaking Redux. 8. Epidemiology. 7. Critical Film Studies. 6. Basic Lupine Neurology. 5. Cooperative Calligraphy. 4. Conspiracy Theories and Interior Design. 3. Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. 2. Remedial Chaos Theory. 1. Modern Warfare. Again, these episodes work so well because the beginning of the first season lays the groundwork. It establishes conventions, so that way these later episodes could then break a convention. Establish the characters, the world, relationships, dynamics, personalities, and then in these insane situations, you're able to warp them or twist them on their head. So now back to the question at hand. What's the first perfect episode? Well, there were several strong episodes in the beginning of Season 1, but the first episode that perfectly embodied the balance of characterization and genre parody that Community became known for came in the episode Contemporary American Poultry.
To us, lines were for suckers, hacks, sheep. We were wolves, and we had the chicken to prove it.
This was the first episode that went full genre parody and highlighted just how special Community could be. Keeping the stakes small and realistic, the storyline revolves around an underground operation to skim chicken fingers, the most desirable commodity from the school cafeteria, and use them for power and influence across campus. And the story is told using references and parodies to the mobster genre. There's a famous shot from The Godfather, but a majority of the references come from Goodfellas, like direct quotes.
It's like a mafia movie. As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be in a mafia movie. Cool.
Abed's underlying narration, like Henry Hill.
The crazy thing was, it was their food. And we were stealing it and giving it back to them like it was a big favor.
Continual doo-wop music playing underneath montages.
By not respecting us, Starboard had basically brought it on himself. And when his job opened up, we did what we had to do to keep the list of applicants to a minimum.
And the fall of the operation played to the iconic track Layla by Derek and the Dominoes. Again, these small stakes of chicken fingers around a community college were treated with the utmost sincerity and gravity, and the flat-out commitment to the genre parody helps elevate it. To our characters, this isn't a joke. This is life or death.
He released Annie's boobs. Annie's boobs could be anywhere. Annie's boobs could be on the side of the road.
We got it. The monkey's name is Annie's boobs.
And these insane situations also let us see different shades and explore different facets of our main characters. We see what it's like when Jeff loses control, and when Abed gains control of the group. We see Pierce's desire to be cool, and Shirley's desire to be, well, desired. Contemporary American Poultry was the first episode to go full-blown genre homage. And only 2 episodes later came Modern Warfare, what many fans consider to be the best episode of the entire series. And these episodes paved the way for the rest of the seasons, where episode-long parodies became the norm, continually challenging the ideas of what a sitcom could be, and highlighting just how special Community was during its 6-season run. Now seriously, where is that movie?
Show's gonna last 3 weeks!
6 seasons and a movie!
Hey everyone, thanks so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed this. I've been looking for any excuse to talk about Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul more on this channel. Some people have asked for explorations into the day they died, but that's not gonna happen. Well, at least not for Breaking Bad. I guess Better Call Saul could stumble in its last episode, but with their creative track record, I highly doubt it. People have also reached out asking me to explore the day they were born, which sounded like a lot of fun. I figured I'd get to it at some point, but with Better Call Saul's triumphant return for its final few episodes, I thought it was finally time to go back and explore 2 of the best series in recent memory, in a 2-part series. So with that, I give you The Day Breaking Bad Was Born. This video is brought to you by Mubi. In many ways, Breaking Bad was born from The X-Files. There's almost too many connections to count. That's where Vince Gilligan honed his craft, writing 29 episodes across 8 seasons. One of those episodes was called Drive, starring Bryan Cranston as Patrick Crump, who kidnaps Mulder and forces him to continue driving west in order to relieve a pressure building in his head that will otherwise make his head explode.
Vicky and me were just some kind of government guinea pigs.
You think the government did this to you?
Hell yeah, who else?
When Vince Gilligan was developing the character of Walter White, he remembered Cranston's performance as Crump that was able to display an array of emotions, and while being a despicable character in many ways, could still earn sympathy from the audience.
I thought back to that sympathizability issue in that episode of X-Files, and I realized we had that need here. So Bryan Cranston for me was the guy.
It's not hard finding other connections between the X-Files and Breaking Bad. Aaron Paul, Cancer Man, Erlenmeyer Flask. In season 4, Vince Gilligan wrote an episode involving a camper that looks very similar to the now iconic RV we would come to know in Breaking Bad. Like I said, a lot of connections. When Breaking Bad premiered on January 20th, 2008, there was a lot of elements going against the show. The plot of a chemistry teacher cooking meth in order to pay for his cancer treatments seemed either ridiculous or extremely dark for the general public. Luckily, AMC picked it up, but AMC was still up and coming in the original drama scripted department, with only Mad Men having premiered 6 months earlier. And so much was resting on the shoulders of Bryan Cranston, who was only 2 years removed from playing the lovable goofball dad on the sitcom Malcolm in the Middle. Let's go ahead and get the obvious out of the way. The pilot episode of Breaking Bad is incredible. One of the best pilots of all time. From the moment a pair of pants goes flying through the air before we see a man in his underwear driving around a meth lab in an RV, it was clear that this was going to be something different. Vince Gilligan looked to spaghetti westerns like Once Upon a Time in the West when finding its unique style and pacing. I talked about this in a previous video of mine. Long, quiet shots, building to explosive moments, ultra-wide angles, capturing the beauty of New Mexico, and then extreme close-ups to capture grotesque features and odd details. And what I personally think is Breaking Bad's greatest attribute is how it was able to balance the dark subject matter with much-needed humor and levity.
Wow. Those, you're keeping those on, right?
The pilot episode quickly established everything that the show would become known for. Cancer, meth, money problems, ego, family dynamics, the odd couple of Walt and Jesse, a fish out of water story, Walter using his wits to get out of situations way over his head. There's a moment in the episode where Walt even reveals his motivations for the entire series.
I am awake.
It all worked. I could easily argue that this is the day Breaking Bad was born, but that would make for a pretty short and predictable video. The following 2 episodes really feel like one massive, cohesive 2-part episode. Even their titles indicate as much. Cat's in the Bag and The Bag's in the River. That line is taken from the film Sweet Smell of Success and means that a difficult situation is being handled.
Cat's in a bag and the bag's in a river.
In this case, Walt and Jesse are dealing with the fallout from the pilot episode, with the 2 drug dealers still in the RV, one dead and one barely alive. These episodes are extremely dark. In Cats in the Bag, they spend the entire episode trying to figure out how to dissolve a dead body with acid, just for Jesse to screw up and use a bathtub against Walt's directions.
I'm sorry, what were you asking me? Oh, yes. That stupid plastic container I asked you to buy.
And then in And the Bag's in the River, they have to mop up the dissolved body and then figure out how they're going to kill the remaining survivor. Again, dark, heavy stuff for the beginning of a new television show. When I was first thinking of this video, trying to pinpoint the day Breaking Bad was born, I almost said the third episode, And the Bag's in the River. The cold open where Walt and Jesse are mopping up the remains, intercut with a flashback of Walt and Gretchen trying to add up the components of a human body, is beautiful and poetic in its brutality.
There's got to be more to a human being than that.
In the end of the episode, where we realize that Crazy 8 is actually hiding a piece of the dish and Walt has to kill him, was so suspenseful and tragic.
Are you gonna stick me with that broken piece of plate?
When I was first watching Breaking Bad, that was the moment that sold me on the show, reassuring me that it wasn't going to be one of those shows that was all downhill after the pilot. Just as episodes 2 and 3 felt like one massive two-part episode, the next two episodes, Cancer Man and Gray Matter, also felt like one massive two-part episode, with Walt and Jesse parting ways after the failures and trauma from the first few episodes. These episodes are dark in a different way, this time focusing on Walt's cancer and the real family conversations and sadness that surround it. We're given background into Jesse's life and the turmoil with his family that has long given up on him. We're also given a glimpse into Walt's previous life with his ex-partner Elliot Schwartz and his ex-girlfriend Gretchen, who went on to marry Elliot. We learn that after their fallout, Gray Matter went on to be this massive financial success, giving Walt all the motivation he needs to get back to work with Jesse.
Wanna cook?
After the explosive pilot episode, the 2-episode fallout and cleanup, and then another 2-episode slowdown to give the audience character background and motivation, it's in episode 6, Crazy Handful of Nothing, where I think Breaking Bad was born. There's a number of firsts in this episode. This is the official beginning to their meth operation, highlighting the need for distribution, which will become an ongoing issue for Walt and Jesse.
Why can't you just be satisfied with the way it is?
Come on! Jesus! Just grow some fucking balls!
We're first introduced to the Salamanca family, a pivotal family not just in Breaking Bad, but in Better Call Saul too. It's from Tuco that we meet Hector, and then the twin cousins. And in Better Call Saul, we again see Tuco, the twin cousins, and Hector before he was put in the wheelchair. But we're also introduced to Lalo Salamanca, who is a huge antagonistic force in the second half of the show. In this episode, there's another wonderful example of Walt way in over his head in a dangerous situation he shouldn't be able to survive, but because of his superior intelligence, he's able to MacGyver his way out. A scenario that happens time and time again throughout the series. Watching Walt wiggle and worm his way out of these impossible situations was always a highlight of Breaking Bad. But most importantly, this is the first episode that cements Walter White's iconic look with his shaved head and the official introduction of his alter ego.
Heisenberg.
Throughout the run of the show, there's this internal war waging inside the mind of Walter White. The meek and spineless husband and father versus the arrogant and cutthroat drug lord. It's all very Jekyll and Hyde. At this point in the show, we've already seen this switch a couple of times. In the pilot episode, he defends his son by stepping on a bully's leg.
What are you waiting for your girlfriends? You better go. You better go. Take it. Take your shot.
And in Cancer Man, we see him blow up a car with a squeegee. But in Crazy Handful of Nothing, the stakes are much higher than those two previous situations. Here, Walt's outnumbered and trapped with this psychotic cartel kingpin who's already severely injured his partner. He has to put on Heisenberg in order to survive.
This is not meth.
And we can clearly see this switch. It's scary and so different from the Walter White we've seen up to this point.
Money up front.
It's an unhinged version of Walt that has nothing to lose. Heisenberg emerges from Walt time and time again throughout Breaking Bad, and each time we have to hold our breath because we have no idea what the result of that transformation will be.
Fuck you. Stay out of my territory.
I am the one who knocks. That is just perfect! Pepper spray the man who's expressing his opinion under the First Amendment!
Next time, you'll open the door! Heisenberg. You're goddamn right.
The entire series, every pound of meth cooked, every person manipulated or murdered, it's all driven by Walt's pride and ego, perfectly personified in Heisenberg. That's what drives and pushes everything. And we get our first official introduction to him in Crazy Handful of Nothing, which is why that's the day Breaking Bad was born. I love the Western genre, especially stylized Westerns mixed with other genres to make something unique. That's a big reason why I love Breaking Bad so much. Vince Gilligan drew inspiration from spaghetti westerns and dropped it into Albuquerque, New Mexico like a pound of meth in the dirt. If you like westerns with a wild edge, you need to go check out Mubi. Mubi is a... After Better Call Saul's triumphant conclusion, and with it, probably the end to the Breaking Bad universe, I thought it would be the perfect time to explore the day both shows were born. Now, born might mean a turning point in the show, elements of the show like the characters or plot finally solidified.
Alright, let's see what, I just got a really weird drop. 1 out of 3,000. Not,
Or maybe it's the first episode to perfectly encapsulate
not
everything that made the
shabby,
show great.
but also not...
I
1 out of
recently explored the
3,000,
day
but
Breaking
also
Bad
isn't
was
completely
born.
useless.
If you haven't watched it yet, make sure you
Kinda,
check it
yeah.
out after this video. But now it's Better
Would
Call
you stop
Saul's
getting
turn. So with that, I give
sale
you
items
the
that
day
you
Better
don't
Call
need?
Saul was
No.
born.
And try getting
But first, I'd like to thank
items
the
we do
sponsor of
need?
this video,
No.
Helix Sleep. Helix
I
Sleep
get
is
items
making
if they give me a
premium
pity timer.
mattresses customized to fit your needs.
That doesn't
and it's all
count.
shipped right to your front door. Helix knows that everyone has a different preference about the kind of mattress they want, and that's why they have a sleep quiz, so that way you can find the perfect mattress that caters to your needs. For example, I'm a side sleeper with a bad back, and so having a firmer mattress was important to me. Plus, I wanted something that wouldn't shift around a lot since I share the bed with my wife. So after taking the online quiz, I was matched with the Helix Twilight, which is amazing. I sleep better at night without any discomfort, and I also sleep cooler at night because these mattresses are better at regulating body heat. Plus, I didn't have to do the hassle of going to a mattress store and laying down on dozens of beds and having to lug the big mattress home. Seriously, having a big mattress delivered right to my door made the entire process so easy. And if you're in the US, shipping is entirely free. If it makes you nervous to buy something you've never tried, well, Helix offers a 100-night sleep trial, so you get 3 months to make sure that you love it. And if you don't, they'll come pick it up and you'll get a free refund. So there's zero risk. Plus, Helix mattresses have a 10-year warranty, and they even offer financing options and flexible payment plans, so there's nothing keeping you from a great night's sleep. It's simple, easy, and the end results speak for themselves. So go to helixsleep.com/theelk right now in order to get $200 off your Helix mattress and get 2 free pillows. Thank you, Helix, for the bed and for sponsoring this video. And right now, let's get back to the show. There were so many things going for Better Call Saul when it first premiered. Coming off the popularity of Breaking Bad, it had an instant audience that Breaking Bad had to build organically over the years. For comparison, Breaking Bad's pilot episode had 1.4 million viewers, whereas Better Call Saul's pilot episode, Uno, had 6.8 million viewers. That's a higher rating than every Breaking Bad episode, except for the series finale, and by far the most viewers Better Call Saul would ever have during its run. Many of the same crew behind the camera came back, most importantly Vince Gilligan and Peter Gould. And then there were countless familiar faces in front of the camera that served as nods to Breaking Bad, while also fleshing out the universe. For all the elements going for Better Call Saul when it first premiered, there seemed to be just as many going against it. I mean, how do you possibly live up to the hype of one of the best television shows of all time? How do you separate yourself standing on your own accolades while still playing in the same Albuquerque sandbox? Also, the problem with prequels is that they're inherently just not as dynamic. There's too many foregone conclusions that strip drama and stakes from situations. Anytime Jimmy, Mike, or Gus are threatened, the weight of the conflict is immediately removed since we know where they end up. Plus, prequels can sometimes make the mistake of over-explaining origins of items or relationships from the original source, mistaking the audience's desire to know more, and stripping away any lingering mystery from those elements. Now, just for the record, Better Call Saul did dip into these prequel pitfalls a few times, but I don't think they ever hindered the show. The last thing going against Better Call Saul, when the creators were first developing the show, was that they didn't even know what they wanted the show to be. When they were developing the show, there was a lot of talk that Better Call Saul might be a half-hour sitcom. Some of those creative decisions might have stemmed from the fact that they wanted to distance themselves from Breaking Bad, like I mentioned. But when Better Call Saul premiered on February 8th, 2015, it didn't take long to see that they thankfully didn't go that direction. The same tone and style from Breaking Bad was immediately there from the cold open, a quiet, methodical montage that requires the audience to sit forward and catch up, full of both wide-angled shots and extreme close-ups. But of course, there's the black and white photography that informs the viewer that part of this story will take place after Breaking Bad. We already know Saul Goodman, and here we're introduced to Gene Takovic, but throughout Season 1, we're also introduced to Jimmy McGill and Slippin' Jimmy. These are his four main personas. The jumps in time throughout Better Call Saul immediately make it stand apart from Breaking Bad, which, despite a couple flashbacks, mainly played out chronologically. Season 1 mainly serves as a prologue to the entire series. We establish the main relationships and the new characters of the show: Jimmy's brother, Chuck, Jimmy's main rival, Howard Hamlin, Jimmy's friend and love interest, Kim Wexler, and his connection to the drug cartel world, Nacho Varga. Season 1 also gives us more background on established Breaking Bad characters. With Jimmy, we're given details on his former life as Slippin' Jimmy, a low-level con man, and with Mike, we're shown the details and drama surrounding the murder of his son. Season 1 also highlights my main issue with the first couple seasons. They had these two disjointed storylines running parallel, Jimmy climbing the ranks as a lawyer, and Mike descending into the belly of the cartel world. And even though they would sometimes overlap, that was few and far between. It felt like I was watching two different shows at the same time. And whenever we would hop from one to the other, it felt like it was slowing momentum down. And that continued on into Season 2. We follow Jimmy's existential crisis of whether he should go straight or continue his Slippin' Jimmy con man ways, while Mike has his own storyline with more Breaking Bad alum in the cartel world. Let me again just clarify that this show was still excellent. Both storylines were captivating in their own ways. It just felt like two shows running parallel to each other as opposed to meshing more. It felt a little clunky at times with the halted momentum and bouncing back and forth to different worlds from different characters that seemingly had nothing to do with each other. But of course, any fear on my part was put to rest as the show continued on. It's in Season 3 when the storyline started converging more frequently, becoming one cohesive show. And just as the show was finding its own voice and making its own path, a major turning point happened in the season's 5th episode, Chicanery, the day Better Call Saul was born. The most fascinating aspect of Better Call Saul's first 3 seasons is the complex, codependent, and toxic dynamic between Jimmy and Chuck.
Hamlin's making you a chump. I'm going to get better. I'm going to go back to work, and I'm picking up where I left off.
It's well established up to this point that Jimmy's driving force in everything he does is his older brother, Chuck. It's who he aspires to be, the successful, respected, and feared lawyer. But Jimmy's just not able to shake his natural instinct to scam people, work the system, pull the strings, and take every shortcut he can. He's fighting his own instinct, but he's also fighting the way his own brother sees him. To him, Jimmy will always just be Slippin' Jimmy, who stole from their father's business and defecated through a sunroof. That's all he'll ever be. He'll never change. Jimmy keeps trying to prove himself with his work, like when he brings Chuck the sandpiper case. He also takes care of his brother, bringing him food and supplies, almost like he's trying to make penance for his past sins. But nothing's good enough. Chuck and Jimmy are similar in so many ways. Fantastic lawyers, desperate for approval, but their differences are glaring. Chuck has the brilliant mind, while Jimmy is more charismatic and better with people. The writers of the show have often said that a major difference between the two is that Jimmy often does the wrong thing for the right reason, while Chuck often does the right thing for the wrong reason. An example of that is when Jimmy uses his Slip and Jimmy ways to tamper with the Mesa Verde files in order to help Kim, even if it means hurting Chuck's reputation. Like I said, everything seemed to be building towards chicanery. Jimmy and Chuck's relationship, Jimmy and Kim's relationship, Slip and Jimmy's tactics, Chuck's illness, the Mesa Verde files, lawyer versus lawyer, McGill versus McGill. We've watched arguments build up between the two in the show so far, like when Chuck's true feelings and intentions were revealed in the season 1 episode, Pimento.
You're not a real lawyer. University of American Samoa, for Christ's sake? An online course? What a joke. I worked my ass off to get where I am. You do what I do because you're funny and you can make people laugh. I committed my life to this.
But here, the gloves are off as they're really trying to hurt each other. Chuck is trying to have Jimmy disbarred, while Jimmy is trying to reveal Chuck's true mental state, even if it means ruining his career and their relationship. The moves that Jimmy makes to throw his brother off, bringing in his ex-wife, and hiding a fully charged battery in his pocket are theater to break down Chuck's facade. And it leads to one of the best moments in the entire series.
If he were schizophrenic, it wouldn't take away from the fact that the
I
defendant...
am not crazy!
A single slow push-in as Chuck finally lets his true intentions known.
You think this is bad? This chicanery? He's done worse. He defecated through a sunroof. He'll never change. Ever since he was 9, always the same. Couldn't keep his hands out of the cash drawer. And he gets to be a lawyer? What a sick joke.
He's been harboring this disdain for Jimmy behind this veil of doing everything for the law because the law is sacred, when really he just doesn't think much of his brother. He'll always be the kid who stole from their parents and defecated through that sunroof.
I'm not the lawyer here, okay? But it was a simple Chicago sunroof sex offender. That's not even remotely a...
But he's also prideful and jealous of Jimmy in so many ways. The way he's good with people.
Jimmy.
No, Mom. It's me.
And the relationship Jimmy had with their mother, in spite of everything that he did. Being a lawyer is the one thing Chuck could hold over Jimmy to keep him inferior and reliant on him, but not anymore. This was his chance to take the law from him, but the unhinged and brutal rant only revealed the extent of Chuck's mental illness.
And you have to stop him.
Which eventually led to the law being taken from him instead. In a way, taking down his brother highlighted Jimmy's shifting loyalties from Chuck to Kim. His priorities had changed, but this moment was also a sad realization that Chuck was right. He'll never change. He'll always just be Slip and Jimmy. After destroying his moral compass, the internal battle between Jimmy and Slip and Jimmy birthed this new creation, what Chuck once called Slip and Jimmy with a law degree, or a chimp with a machine gun. And really, that dangerous combination of the two is what we know as Saul Goodman. As the show continued, more and more of that persona took hold of him, sabotaging his brother's insurance, Chuck severing ties, Chuck killing himself, and the last straw was in the final season when Kim finally divorced Jimmy.
Together, we're poison.
He had no moral compass left.
Tell me what I need to do to change, okay? Just tell me what it is and I'll do it. Just tell me what to do. Whatever it is, I'll do it.
Jimmy was gone, and Saul Goodman was all that was left. The final episode of the series again highlights the courtroom drama aspect of Better Call Saul that helped set it apart from Breaking Bad, and it's during Saul Goodman's testimony, much like Chuck's in Chicanery, that we finally get the raw truth.
I took away the one thing we worked for, the law. After that, he killed himself. I'm not living with that.
We learn that he was too scared to confront what happened to his brother, and that's why he hid inside the persona of Saul Goodman.
Kim had the guts to start over. She left town, but I'm the one who ran away.
That persona shielded him from feeling his guilt and sadness, like some kind of flashy purple suit of armor. We see that armor on full display a couple times in the show. Right after Chuck died and Howard blames himself, Saul takes the opportunity to twist the knife in Howard and smile while doing
Fish
it.
soon.
Well, Howard, I guess that's your cross to bear. Someone to make some coffee? Maybe want some?
No fish.
Well, could be. Good work.
The fish is
Similarly,
canceled.
when he and Kim sign their divorce papers and he shrugs it off, pretending that it doesn't bother him, but we know that it does.
All right, well, have a nice life, Kim.
It reminds me of the scene where Chuck and Jimmy last talked to each other.
You're just gonna keep hurting people.
That's not true.
Jimmy, this is what you do. In the end, you're gonna hurt everyone around you. But the truth is, you've never mattered all that much to me.
It's so different than how we'd seen Chuck up to that point. Very robotic and calculating in his abuse, pretending like it means nothing to him, letting his own pride and arrogance speak for him. The beauty of Jimmy's testimony in the finale is that he doesn't lean on his normal schemes, technicalities, and theatrics. For the first time, he's stripped down and brutally honest, in spite of what it means to him. And in doing so, he not only regains the name McGill,
The name's McGill. I'm James McGill.
but he also proves his brother wrong. He was finally able to change. Hey everyone, thanks so much for watching. I really hope you enjoyed this video. If you enjoyed it, please like it and share it with a friend.
Alright, let's
And
grab
also
our
leave me
next
a
Slayer
comment.
task, and
Tell
then
me
it's
the day that you think Better Call Saul was born. Also, let me know what you thought. When The X-Files premiered on September 10th, 1993, it immediately felt familiar, but also unique at the same time. That's probably because it took the popular formula of crime procedurals, workplace dramas, and detective stories, but also combined it with sci-fi, horror elements, and this concept of government-wide alien conspiracies that was still relatively new and unexplored at the time. When Chris Carter was developing the series, he looked to 3 other shows for inspiration. Kolchak, the Night Stalker. Besides the fact that the plot revolved around a monster-hunting newspaper reporter, Kolchak was also able to solve a common problem with horror TV shows. Horror requires that the audience feel like the characters are actually in danger.
Kill 6
And
adamant
since the main
dragons.
characters obviously
No.
aren't going to die, Kolchak was able to deliver
No.
horror and gore through the supporting
No.
characters and special guest stars. This way, the main characters felt threatened, but weren't in
Kill
any real
water
danger,
fiends. What the
whereas
frick is a
everyone around
water
them was
fiend?
fair game, allowing the audience to still feel the weight
I don't even
and
know what a
tension
water
of the
fiend
monsters
is.
from week to week. Moonlighting. It's easy to see how a show about 2 bantering detectives with underlining romantic tension could influence the X-Files. But the way Moonlighting would play with tone
I wouldn't
and
lie to you
genre
about
from
3,000
episode to
water
episode
fiends.
was also highly
I might.
influential. But Chris Carter learned from Moonlighting's grave mistake of ruining the romantic tension by actually putting the 2 leads together. It stripped away a major element in the show that the X-Files kept intact for a vast majority of its run. Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks sent an FBI agent into a small town to discover the horrors lying just underneath the surface. Twin Peaks was pushing the boundaries with its scary and horrific imagery, but Twin Peaks also had a definitive style that felt wholly unique thanks to its visionary director David Lynch, who let the visuals tell the story and really made the small screen still feel cinematic. Now, this ongoing Day Something Was Born series was brought about because
Okay,
a
come
lot
on,
of TV
guys.
shows require some time to find their footing, to find their voice, the tone,
14 Black
all
Dragons.
the elements that make
That's
the show
fine.
great.
Black Dragons
But
aren't
to
bad.
the X-Files' credit, they pretty much
That's
nailed
points.
it from the jump. The pilot episode
Or
is
you can kill baby black
fantastic,
dragons.
encapsulating so much about what made the show great.
Killing
We-
babies.
Levin's a monster.
Ah, killing some big children. Yes, I can do that. Alright, well, why Fletch? Let's why Fletch while we why fish. I'm multitask drifting. Oh, where's my oops? Oh, there it is. Like disappeared on me. Where am I going? I'm going to the deep moat. Down, how deep does this moat get?
It's too deep for you.
I think it might be. I think it might be. Oops. Can I fish from up here? It'd be pretty cool if I could. No, apparently not. How do I, let's see, do it on this little platform? What else can I fish with here? Leeches. So I just want to get some stacks, I think. Alright, there's 3. I dissolve the party!
Meet Mulder and Scully, and the chemistry is instantly dynamic.
Do you believe in the existence of extraterrestrials?
Logically, I would have to say no.
There's this man of faith versus man of science element. Each have their own goal, and sometimes those are contrasting with one another. Mulder trying to find a deeper truth of what's out there in hopes of figuring out what happened to his sister, and Scully forced into this undesirable department with the sole purpose of debunking everything Mulder found. Not only does Scully serve as our conduit into this world, but she also keeps the show grounded. Otherwise, we would spiral down every wild speculation and conspiracy that Mulder latched onto.
Time can't just disappear. It's a universal invariant.
Not in this zip code.
I mentioned earlier that the romantic tension of Mulder and Scully was a core element throughout the run of the show, and that's another element that they were able to nail from the jump, especially when Mulder examined Scully's body for markings in their isolated motel room.
Mosquito bites.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I got eaten up a lot myself out there.
The eerie tone of this world was quickly established too. Besides a few dated special effects, there's some graphic imagery that's still disturbing and scary. Everything is treated with sincerity and a grittiness that makes it feel like something like this could be happening in parts of our world. The plot is engaging with twists and turns, and the ending with the cigarette-smoking man points to a larger ongoing conspiracy that hooks us and promises that maybe the truth is out there. Even though the pilot episode was really strong, I still don't think it hit every single element that made The X-Files great. And so we continue on in search for the day The X-Files was born. But first, I want to thank the sponsor of this video, Established Titles. Established Titles is a project based on a historic Scottish custom where landowners were referred to as lords and ladies. They allow people to buy as little as 1 square foot of dedicated land in Edelston, Scotland, so that they can call themselves a lord or lady. Each purchase comes with an official certificate with the exact location of your spot of land, so you can actually change your name to Lord or Lady on your credit cards, plane tickets. If you're tired of buying your friends and family the same boring gifts year after year, buy them something fun and silly that will make their birthday or the holiday season more special. Not only are you buying a unique gift, but you're also helping Established Titles raise funds to support global afforestation effort groups like One Tree Planted and Trees for the Future. Plus, Established Titles plants a tree for every order, so it's really a win-win. Right now, Established Titles is having an early Black Friday sale. If you use my unique code EntertainTheElk at checkout, you'll get an additional 10% off. And Established Titles told me that the first 200 people who use my link will be grouped together. So in a way, we can all build our little elk gang. I call it a gang because I just found out that apparently that's what a group of elk is called. Anyways, go to establishedtitles.com/entertaintheelk to get your gift right now, help the planet, and help my channel all at the same time. There's a number of episodes throughout the first season that you could argue could be the day The X-Files was born. The second episode, Deep Throat, is an obvious choice. It's the first episode to have the iconic title sequence. Chris Carter also saw Deep Throat as the episode that launched the entire mythology arc, with an ending that sets up the idea that aliens have already been on Earth for many years.
Killed Bale for the first time. There's 4 Bales I need to kill. Oh my god.
A favorite of mine from the first season is Ice. Even though
or I can just stop playing this game because my brain is...
Go bed if you're sick and dying.
No, I'm tired of playing this game.
Story that's simple in concept, but really
Why are you tired?
No, I don't trust
Why are you tired?
I've hit as big of a number as I could, I think. Actually, no. I think it's achieved 10 billion.
Well, you better get to it, bucko!
This free to play turn-based RPG. Oh, terrible.
You're a free turn-based to play RPG. I assure you it's quite based.
What?
I don't know.
What did you say? Wasn't there a game coming out? Like,
Yeah, Disgaea 7, maybe you heard of it? Inescapable.
I've canceled the game.
Talent is cancelled. Or escaped. Inescapable. Come out August 19th, apparently.
What the heck are you talking about?
Inescapable. That was the 999 ripoff, question mark?
It's not a game.
Okay. What is it?
It's a book that you read on your...
You're a book.
Oh, look, the Cyberpunk DLC's out. I can play that.
You could play that.
Wait, what the fuck? Got very positive reviews. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, people said it was...
They fixed everything.
Yeah, that's what people claimed.
It's... What did they actually fix? Like, what did the patch actually do? I don't even remember why it was bad. It's been so long.
It had a lot of problems.
It's not like Pat, that's why it's bad.
Oh, it adds multiple endings.
It already had multiple endings, I thought.
I mean, it adds more endings.
Oh, okay. You did not make that very clear at all.
I don't know how much clearer I could have made it.
Where's Prinny? Why isn't he here to fish?
Maybe I'll buy it when it's on sale.
Oh, is it paid?
Oh.
I thought it was free.
No.
How embarrassing.
I don't think there was like a season pass, whatever option during launch. Remember. What's this? Thief Simulator. I wonder what this game could be.
Perhaps a simulator about becoming a...
This is literally like Thief, the game, but modern and cartoony.
Oh, it's a mooch of a tale, I tell you, son. It's a mooch of a tale, and a tale ain't word. This is going to be the frickin' ruby whatever fish of this expansion. Maybe.
Yeah, ruby fish.
That's true. I didn't consider that. I'm not a bat. Yeah, that's right. I racism that a bat. Bat raises. I was not impressed by bat racism. Good. You shouldn't be. Here, fishy, fishy, fish, fish, fish. Come to me, Mr. Fish. Dance. That's the wrong fish. Can this fish even come that early? Yeah, it can. Come. Wait, Talon, are we supposed to be reading pre-pub? Is pre-pub ready for us?
I think that's a week.
Check. You'll call now.
It's a week, but I will check so I can tell you that it's a week.
Outpath comes out in 6 days.
I don't know what that is.
It's
Let's see.
It's this cute little.
Yes, next week is
3D Forager game.
Pub.
But what if we read it now anyway? Hypothetically.
I don't know. It's possible we just get a really obnoxious cliffhanger. I don't know.
Yeah, but then we would read
Depends
it
on how
next
truthful
week
Zorkenzo is.
and be done.
Well,
Alternatively, we could just read it all at once.
I mean, it's possible to do that.
It is possible to have a week's worth of patience.
I've had a week's worth of patience once. It was awful.
There's another open world crafting base building game.
I sleep.
Curious.
Wait, what is? Well, this looks kind of good, actually.
Yes, CD.
Look, you guys enjoyed Valheim, okay?
I'd enjoy Valheim more if it was friggin' finished.
Well, you guys never fit, like...
Also, Valheim had
We
That's
played
very-
to
that's
fucking
very
play the
good
new
mobile
content, and we
mechanics, huh?
stopped right before we played the new content.
Well, that's because
And I was mad.
the area right before the new content also had like nothing to. It was like half finished. It felt like all those areas. Valheim needs like one more layer of glue in the game. I don't know what form that glue needs to take, but you know what I'm like trying to say.
No. What they needed to, what they really need is fucking multiplayer balancing, because, like,
yeah, that's part of it.
when you're going, like, and you're expected to get materials for like X amount of players, and your biome only has enough for whatever, like,
yeah,
trying to explore and like for another biome is just fucking tedious as hell.
Yeah, that is true. I think it needs three things. The first is what you said. The second is like it needs a little more depth to its building. It has this really great building system, but a very small amount of materials or like things you can do with your building. So they need a little more oomph there. And it needs the third thing it needs is like I guess more random events or unstructured like variety sort of things of like it seemed like exploring the ocean was going to be a big part of the game, but it's really not. It's really not like any part of it's just like it's just like a barrier. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no like possibility for you to find anything like really cool, rare, unique. It's like, oh, okay, it's another one of those biomes, huh? I already found a closer one. I will literally never land here.
I think a lot of other games do what Valheim does better now. Since the genre has kind of exploded since the game came out. This game looks like Valheim, but better. What the hell? Wow, it looks. This is literally Valheim, but better. No Steam's never coming out either, so who cares? Play the demo. I'm gonna download the demo. The demo's 30 gigs. I'll be right back.
Alright, give me big fish. Big boy. That is not big boy. Mooch it. Pop it. Mooch it. Twist it. Twist it. Twist it. Twist it. Twist it.
Alright, buddy, calm down.
Pop it. Dude, I hate these fish that you have to like wait so long to see if you get the fish. There's normal bites up to 30 seconds. It's like, come on. Come on, man.
I bought a
jet ski
battery.
Okay.
That has a like a self jumping battery. for my car.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna try and see if it works. Well,
Is your car battery dead?
well it keeps dying because I don't drive it because I'm at home all the time. And so every time I have to ask my roommate.
This is why people need to return to the office.
Yeah, true. Have you ever considered driving it to pick up food? It's my strategy.
I have. That's the problem.
Well, that's yeah. I guess I can't relate
like-
or something. 'Cause mine never gives me guff.
Well, how often do you drive?
I mean, I'd say every 2 days.
Yeah, that's how much I should be driving.
Oh. Yeah, I don't think
I
order
go
food as
like
much as you.
weeks.
Yeah.
Well, it's not even that. It's just like because I have.
Oh, don't get my hopes up, fish. Oh, don't get my hopes up, fish. Whoa! Don't break, please! I beg, I plead, I bled, I glib, schmibin. Alright, I got it. Sorry.
Anyways, it's convenient.
I got it! Now I've got your fish. Yeah, I'm sorry about your car. Brutal Black Dragons drop anything particularly cool? No. I don't care about any of that. I don't care about any of that. Okay. King Black Dragon sends his regards. I guess I could kill King Black Dragon. But do I care? No. Just kill babies. Let's murder some babies. I don't know where this is though in the thing. Heavily Dungeon upper level. How do you get to the upper level?
Hello?
Hi.
My computer restarted.
Yeah, I restarted it.
This is overkill. Overkilling these dragons. But that's fine by me. Meow. Meow mix, please deliver. Blizz clap. Oh, there must be a shooting star over here. What the heck is going on? Oh, there is. Funny. Well, I'm on a date for murder, so.
I want to trust you.
It was also an episode where Mulder and Scully's relationship seemed to grow stronger with trust.
I almost picked Beyond the Sea as the day the X-Files was born for a few reasons.
It gave Scully some much-needed background and motivation with her father. It was the first time Mulder and Scully switched positions, as Mulder was the denier of Boggs' psychic ability.
Okay.
Tore this off my next t-shirt.
While Scully was the believer, wanting so badly to use Boggs to talk to her recently deceased father.
Did you get my message, Starbuck?
Speaking of Boggs, this episode beautifully highlights the high-caliber performances from guest stars on the show. In this case, Brad Dourif playing Luther Lee Boggs, the death row inmate with self-proclaimed psychic abilities.
No!
Oh,
Nobody talks to anybody until I get a deal. Don't downplay my terror going back to that chair.
The relationship between Scully and Boggs in this episode is very reminiscent of Clarice and Hannibal Lecter in Silence of the Lambs. And I'm sure that's purposeful, since execs at Fox initially tried to push Chris Carter to get a blonde bombshell like Pamela Anderson for Scully's part, but Carter thankfully pushed back, defying most of the cliches involving women in sci-fi stories. Carter went to bat for Gillian Anderson, saying she was the only actress who read for the part that convincingly conveyed the integrity and intellect that Dana Scully possessed.
You could convince me that any of those episodes was the day the X-Files was born. But as I kept mulling over it, trying to decide which episode to choose, I thought it best not to overthink it, not to get cute, and instead to go with an obvious choice. Which is why I think the X-Files was born on September 24th, 1993, in the episode Squeeze.
It was only the third episode, but it was the first to break the mold set by the first two episodes. The first episodes involved Mulder and Scully going off to a small remote town on a mysterious investigation. They're out of their element, living out of their motel rooms, isolated together in many ways against the town, caught up in a much larger conspiracy. In Squeeze, we're finally getting to see the mysterious and horrific buck up against their own world. We see the prejudices of other agents against the X-Files unit.
Have you had any close encounters of the third kind? So, Mulder, what do you think? Does this look like the work of Little Green Man?
But if you don't mind working in an area that's a bit more down to earth.
We also see the veil of safety around their homes broken as the monster breaks into Scully's home. This episode was apparently a deliberate choice by creator Chris Carter to prove that the show could be more than just about aliens. A larger alien conspiracy hangs over the first two episodes of the series, but the third episode, Squeeze, introduced the other type of episode the X-Files became known for, Monster of the Week. In this case, Eugene Toombs, a genetic mutant serial killer capable of squeezing his body through narrow gaps in order to kill. By feeding on his victims' livers, he was able to slip into hibernation periods that would last 30 years at a time.
No one could live in this.
I don't think it's where he lives. I think it's where he hibernates.
Monster of the Week episodes were a vital part of the show and its longevity. Focusing only on the mythology would have made the show one-note and repetitive. Monster of the Week episodes added some much-needed variety to this nightmarish world full of creatures and boogeymen.
Having these Monster of the Week episodes highlighted a strength for the X-Files over its 208. How in the hell did we go from this to this? Now, a month ago, I'd never seen a single Fast and Furious movie. It's not like I was intentionally avoiding them, it's just one of those franchises I never got around to watching. But with Fast 10 coming out in just a few days, and with so many of you asking for a video on the Fast and Furious, I decided to finally give them a watch. And so I watched all 9 films in less than 2 weeks. And I have thoughts. Lots of thoughts. Like how there's so many similarities between the Fast and Furious movies and the MCU, with team-ups across films and numerous character deaths and resurrections. In a series full of mediocre performances, Scott Eastwood stands alone. His performance in Fate of the Furious is the single dullest thing in the entire franchise.
Now, Mr. Nobody said if we're gonna have a chance at catching Dom, we're gonna have to be damn fast.
Even the rat in the bucket in Too Fast, Too Furious showed more range and complexity. Seriously, the guy's cardboard. I could write an entire dissertation on the absurdity of The Rock's sweat in Fast 5, attempting in vain, I'm sure, to calculate just how much sweat was dripping off of his face and arms, while everyone else around him was bone dry. It's amazing. But in this video, I want to focus on just how in the hell the franchise across 9 films went from this to this. A lot has changed in the span of 9 films across the Fast and Furious franchise, and there's a turning point in there somewhere that's altered the trajectory, resulting in where we are now. Has the series flown too close to the sun as of late? Absolutely. But there were some much needed changes in the earlier films that has made the series this gargantuan franchise that it is now. But what changed? And when exactly is the day the Fast and Furious franchise was born?
I don't have friends. I got family.
But first, I want to thank the sponsor of this video, Ridge. Father's Day is just around the corner, and maybe it's just me, but I think men are notoriously hard to shop for. My dad never gives me any ideas. I usually just end up giving him the same set of golf balls year after year. If you're stuck buying the same gift for someone year after year, then do yourself a favor and go check out Ridge. Just like phones have changed dramatically over the past 20 years, that's what Ridge is doing with wallets and keys. I used to carry this big old bulky wallet that would rip over time and would get so big that it would become uncomfortable and almost hurt my back when I'd be sitting on it. I also tried no wallet, but then everything is just loose in my pockets, falling out, or I forgot some card as I went somewhere, or I didn't have my ID, or I didn't have money. This is what I used to have, but now here is the Ridge wallet. It's slick, slim, durable. It holds up to 12 cards, plus it has a money clip. A lot different than those old bulky dad wallets. It comes in over 30 colors and styles, including carbon fiber, burnt titanium, forged ember, and burnt Damascus. And it was designed with RFID blocking materials that protects you from digital pickpocketers. Ridge key cases securely and silently hold 1 to 6 keys. They're tucked in so slim in your pocket. I really love this thing. It also has a clip so you can clip it to your pants. Father's Day is one of Ridge's biggest sales of the year. So hurry and go over to ridge.com/entertaintheelk. That way you can get up to 40% off your order through June 15th. Ridge has over 3 million customers, over 50,000 5-star reviews, and they're so confident that you'll love their product that they'll let you give it a test drive for 99 days. And if you don't end up liking it, you can send it back for a full refund. Oh, and the durability of these wallets means that each wallet comes with a lifetime warranty. So you can keep giving those same boring gifts year after year after year, or you can give them something they actually want by going to ridge.com/entertaintheelk. Thank you, Ridge, for sponsoring this video, and now let's get back to the essay. It all started with the simple premise of underground drag racing culture of New York City. Director Rob Cohen read an article about it and thought that the idea of combining fast-paced racing and crime
Dust Devils.
would combine to make some excellent movie. I mean, it wasn't a
I
wildly
did extend
inventive
Dust
idea.
Devils, right?
I mean, just replace the fast
206.
cars with
Is that
surfboards
extended?
and you have Point Break. Literally,
Yeah.
they're the same movie. The first Fast and Furious was far more interested in racing culture.
Hello?
Hello.
I'm back.
Why do you keep leaving?
Just finding a thingy for my thingy.
That's what she said.
Let's try this Valheimer file.
What else I gotta do? Do I still need to equip? Oh yeah. Armor. Boots.
Compiling shaders. This resolution. Oh my god.
No, that's not right.
My god, this demo is 8 hours. A long demo. God, it has the the Zelda stamina wheel.
I'm back. Back.
I'm back.
You guys sound so happy to see me. Thank you. I appreciate you. I was just thinking how much I appreciate you guys, and then I don't get greeted upon coming back. So, you know.
I can craft.
You can crap!
I'm crapping right now.
Wait, what? What?
What?
Alright, we're gonna watch another Best of the Worst Halloween. Oh, you burst! Spooky season. No one trick-or-treats near me. It's cringe. But I guess I will buy some candy later this month. I definitely won't have to eat it all on my own. And it would definitely be a shame if I had to eat it on my own, you know?
Foundation.
Oh, hi, Mike. Happy Halloween. Well, happy Halloween to you, too. Oh, my God. You're actually wearing a spooky t-shirt, just like the rest of us.
I'll show you a foundation.
Oh my god,
That's right, Jay. I went through my closet, and this is the scariest
Oh my god,
shirt that I own.
Joblins are
Well, except for this.
Joblins.
Well, let's get started. So today we've picked
They're
up
like the
3
fucking
films from
okay.
our
They look
horror
like
movie
a
collection,
ripoff of
and
the
we're gonna
Elden
watch
Ring
each one of the films, talk about them.
blue monsters that blow bubbles underground.
What are you playing?
Enshrouded. I'm just playing a demo.
Playing his Valheim ripoff.
Yeah.
Alright, it's time to burst, baby!
I'm just gonna stream just in case you're curious.
Curious about. I was trying to think of a pun and then it just didn't.
Yeah, I was waiting for it.
Curious about. Somebody help. Help me think of one. I need your help.
When I chop trees down, they don't try to murder me.
Congratulations.
Great.
Lame.
Lame.
What good is a tree if it doesn't murder you when it goes to fall?
Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom taught me that every tree should want to murder me. And I deserved it. I need to turn off auto-retaliate. That's gonna be annoying.
Like you can't even knock that tree down.
It's thick.
Dummy thick. Oh, that's what man, I always forget something when I go to burst. Today's forget was, I forgot to grab the herb sack to store my herbs.
It's like time.
Look at these Elden Ring ripoff monsters.
If the big thing on their back was their head, I'd agree with you.
Oh, I'll look at the preview. It's too dark, I can't see a goddamn thing.
Seriously, think of the guys with the big round heads, right?
I'm talking about the guys underground that blow bubbles. You know, on the way to what the fuck it's called?
You mean in the capital?
No. I'm trying to remember the name. Ow, I just fucking one shot.
Yeah, that was some bullshit.
That's a cool
What is it
animation,
called?
though.
The well, the whatever. Soifra, whatever the fuck it's called.
Oh yeah, Siofra, yeah.
Oh, the big. Okay, I think okay.
I don't remember anything popping out of the ground though.
No, these
but
guys
my
are
memory's
here.
not good.
No, I think he's talking about the clay men and the giant bug. Like
They have like spears and they're like they blow.
Yeah.
They have the bubble. They like the blue bubble sorcery things that they. I had a stamina. I'm gonna die again.
There was like a bunch of like clay dudes worshipping one of the S-style bugs.
I need a sword.
Hey, sheep.
You need to warm up. You're cold.
Man, these burst tests are so good because I can also get defense XP, and it's not a non-cringe way to get defense XP, which means I can do the Jauntlet sometime without feeling cringe. There's a lot of cringe, basically.
You are the cringe.
I am, but, you know, I could also not be. I wouldn't lie to you about 300 cringians.
Well, definitely. Wait, is this my stuff? Oh, you drop all your stuff. You got.
That's an instant no play.
Well, not all your stuff. I guess some of your stuff. Because I still have my gear, but.
When will devs learn that no one wants to drop their crap when they die?
I don't know. What happened on my wood? Fucking.
Oops, I don't want these. I do want this Quorum though. It's Quorum time. Okay, it helps if you turn on your prayer so you don't freaking die. It's not rapid, right? Yeah.
Build a lot of wood block. This is very Valheim-y.
Is there support and stuff? Is that what
I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard
See.
to tell from this.
Oh, it's big enough, right?
For you.
Just do one. Okay, I need more wood. Now the question is, which side is outside?
you watching?
Last year's Halloween episode.
I'm watching Carnivore, Haunted Queen, and Black Roses.
Is it Dick Miller how David Carradine died?
What just happened? What are you guys
Is everything
doing?
okay over there?
Don't think you filth on me again, you son of a bitch!
What is happening?
Did he start drinking again?
Is he possessed by a demon?
Speaking of demons, it's Halloween. Let's talk about the films. Why are you laughing? Let's talk about the films from watching.
Oh, Mike, what's our first movie?
Our first film is a film that I personally picked. It's called Carnivore. Now, I picked this film for three particular reasons.
Okay.
And those would be the three stills used on the back of the box. One is a silhouetted man with a smoke machine behind him. One appears to be the President of the United States. And the third is possibly the monster?
Something.
The titular carnivore?
They seem to have used mostly stills where you can't see what's happening.
Yes, and to me, that's a good sign. From afar! Oh, this was the other reason.
Okay.
Where we know it's a complete hack job. From afar, the old Romero house.
Oh. Tip to low-budget horror filmmakers, don't do that.
Never, ever do that.
You have to explain that.
They're paying homage to 17th century Mexican artist Jose Romero.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What did you guys think it was?
Very subtle. It's right next to the Savini house.
Yeah, right.
The 17th century French Impressionist painter.
Right. So many references that we mistakenly interpret as horror nods. Anyways, from afar, the old Romero house looks like a decrepit old mansion, reputedly haunted. But what the locals don't know is that behind the facade of this ancient building, the U.S. government has built a state-of-the-art high-tech field lab which houses one of the world's most gruesome experiments.
A backlit rubber monster?
A backlit rubber monster.
Terrifying.
Smoke machine. And suddenly, the creature is free to roam the house.
Oh no, it's gonna all take place in a house.
The Romero house.
The Romero house.
I
guess Night of the Living Dead takes place in a house.
It does.
And that's a classic film.
Oh, big boy.
The Room takes place in a room.
Well, not all of it.
The TV show Dr. House takes place in a house.
Yes.
Beetlejuice takes place in a house.
Lots of movies have houses in them. I think you're missing the point.
I can't wait to watch Carnivore.
That makes one of us.
What the hell is that? What?
Rich is implying that there's paranormal activity happening with his camera.
Oh.
In an effort, a subtle effort to mock me and my belief in ghosts.
What did you just do? I didn't do anything. I'm just doing the camera work.
What's it? What?
It's like the cameras are operating on their own. This is so spooky.
Check the audio for EVPs. Okay. Check this audio for EVPs.
Let's listen.
Well, you can't hear an EVP. It's beyond the range of human hearing. It only appears.
Well, I was saying in editing, we cut to
okay.
Yeah.
Did it say don't watch Carnivore?
It did. It was a warning.
Oh, it was just a warning from beyond the grave.
It was a warning from George Romero.
That house was named after me.
He didn't want his name attached to the film. The ghost of George Romero is trying to warn us about.
Let's go.
This area has been superseded by the United States government and is now under quarantine. I am instructing you to leave this area immediately.
Did you build a government lab in a haunted house that's constantly being visited by the drunken teenage kids? That's the dumbest thing I ever heard! That's coming from me!
Attack the choke devil. Give me something cool, big boy.
Mike,
Give me a staff. Give me one of those special staffs.
What? Haunted Ween?
Haunted Ween, and this is an unusual DVD. It's signed by the writer-director, W. Doug Robertson. I have no idea if he sent this to us, or if it was somebody that got it signed at like a convention, and then they were like, well, this is embarrassing, I don't want this in my collection. I'll give it to the Milwaukee guys.
Yeah.
Nope. Because this is the 20th anniversary edition, so this is a movie that was made
20 years ago.
Well, depending on when this DVD was made, but there's no date on it, so who knows.
By the way, that's just a fucking terrible title. Haunted Ween.
Yeah, there's one I saw on Netflix called like Halloween. It's like a stoner Halloween movie. I'm sure that one's great.
Oh yeah, you know that has its audience.
Haunted Ween, when fantasy becomes a deadly reality.
Oh my god, that's my life.
And going with the theme of bad stills, we have what looks like some VHS stills on the back here.
Sure. Is that an Ugnaught?
It looks like an Ugnaught, yeah.
What the fuck?
You know what isn't spooky is people lounging on the beach. I don't think of that when I think of Halloween. 20 years ago, a deadly accident forced Eddie Berber from his home. When Eddie was younger, he never got his chance to be part of the family business, the Berber Haunted House. Ooh, we got haunted houses. Now that he's home, he wants to play.
I don't know, Berber Haunted House.
Doesn't have the
no, it doesn't have quite a ring to it. Like Berber factory bolts.
Well, I think of like Gerber. I think of like baby food.
I think of more like Berber washer and nut company. Berber PVC pipes and plastic caps.
Okay, this doesn't exist. This is just the sound.
Just Berber sounds like. Oh, I think I'm thinking of Gerber. There's a company called Gerber.
That's what I just said. But they're baby food.
No. It's a different company. They repair your car.
Okay.
Auto collision repair. Gerber. So Berber is not a good name for a haunted house.
I didn't know there were so many Gerbers.
Dr. Spooky's haunted house. Or, you know.
Dr. Spooky's haunted house.
So many other names in Berber.
Oh God.
Berber's Donuts. Berber's meat and poultry.
Just keep saying Berber.
Berber can go in front of any particular business other than a haunted house. Mr. Spooky, Mr. Scary. Dr. Dracula's haunted house.
Now that he's home, he wants to play. He tells a college fraternity they can use the house as a fundraiser. We got another house movie.
Oh, yeah.
While the Sigma Phi's prepare their rooms for fun and thrills, Eddie prepares his special room for blood and kills.
Okay.
The director wrote this, and I hate it. As cries echo from the house, you wonder, are they screaming for their life or cheering for their death?
Why would you cheer?
What? As
Are they
cries echo from the
screaming
house,
for their
you
life
wonder,
or
not they
cheering
wonder.
for their death? What does that
Still
mean?
don't understand.
It doesn't matter.
One thing for sure. One thing for sure. Nobody knows it's really happening. People are dying and people are laughing. Some of these sentences rhyme and some don't. Filmed in Kentucky, Tennessee.
Oh. Wait, Kentucky is a state, and so is Tennessee.
But there could be a Kentucky in Tennessee. Oh, wait, no. Filmed in Kentucky, Tennessee, and at Western Kentucky University.
No, that's staying in. Jay failed geography in grade school.
I just read the thing.
In the past 6 months, we have received a total of 17
Two. Excuse me.
Bless you. Couldn't tell if you were talking to your game and telling somebody to go away, shoo, or if you were teasing.
I thought he was saying Q.
Well, I don't know why you'd say Q. That's why I thought he was saying shoot.
Me either.
If we do not receive your reason for your membership as a national
Oh my god, we're playing Zelda.
Grapple Bapple.
My paraglider.
All it took was one random person yelling it. Oh my god, it's chaos!
It's so wacky!
What?
Well, thank you, Gremlin. Our next film is Black Roses.
Wow, Mike, I can't believe our studio is infested with spooky gremlins.
It's weird, because it's Halloween.
What a coincidence.
Our last film of the night is Black Roses.
Complete with classic green horror sticker.
Yep.
That's exciting. That's a fun cover.
Yeah, it's a three-dimensional cover. Pop out. They're desperate to sell copies of this. Turn up the volume, turn down the lights. Don't watch it alone. And we won't, because there are 4 of us. Yeah, there's a guy singing on the back who kind of looks like Slade Craven.
What was the rock guy from Trick or Treat? Sammy Kerr.
It's like a photographic memory.
Only when it comes to shitty heavy metal horror films.
Right, because you don't remember what our states are. But you remember Sammy Kerr.
The important things.
Yeah, the important things in life. But yeah, this monster looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a good monster.
When the sleepy town of Mill Basin...
Mill Basin's okay.
No.
It's no Berber.
Is invaded by a sleazy band of hard rockers, the self-righteous townspeople try to stop their concert series. I guess Mill Basin is such a big city, and they're such a big band, they have to have a series of shows. So many things wrong with that sentence. When the band finally overcomes parental objections, a town full of normal Midwestern kids begins to turn bad.
Ooh.
These kids turn into monsters right before your very eyes. Last sentence. The special effects are fantastic. It's not really part of a description. It's
No, it's like they got bored with the plot.
It's just
Special effects are good.
It's just an opinion. that's in the description.
Well, that's what you want on your description for a film. You want opinions.
It's not quoted by anyone. It's just an opinion.
It's just whoever whatever intern they hired to write the back of the box. That was just his opinion, and now it's a fact about the film.
Special effects are fantastic. It's all in caps.
Oh my God, it is.
So you have to shout that part. Maybe they throw black roses around, and those are infected with an alien
if you
virus.
smell it, there's some sort of pollen in it that turns you into a monster, like Alien Covenant.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
Which, by the way, in that movie, the special effects are fantastic.
That's in the official description.
That's what Ridley Scott just kept saying in interviews, and they thought he was just a senile old man, but he was actually referencing Black Roses.
Well, it's a film about space explorers who land on a planet, encounter a mysterious alien. The special effects are fantastic! Mr. Scott, you don't have to yell. I'm right here. They needed to set this up with tennis lessons earlier on. When you gotta take these tennis lessons.
A lot of tennis late in the movie.
Wait, who was that? Just some random person at the concert.
What was that? Somebody got killed?
She got Home Alone 2, did.
Check it out.
Oh my God!
Why did the Halloween episodes become the
There
heavy
was
drinking
There was
episodes?
one year where Jack got really drunk.
Is that what started the tradition?
Take a still image.
To Halloween!
Halloween. Spooky!
Oh, I like it.
Hey, guys, thanks for coming to my farm. As you know,
this is a wasted
I
one.
grew up on a farm.
I can tell
You
now.
grew up on this farm.
And I'm
The
really
farm that we're
excited.
filming this at.
As we talked about many Best of the Worst ago, I grew up on a farm, and I'm really happy that you guys could come finally join me on the old Packard family farm.
Yeah, which isn't haunted at all, right?
There are definitely no ghosts, no ghouls, no skeletons.
Okay, that's good.
Creepy ass scarecrow. So the first movie we watched was
Carnivore.
The first movie we watched was Carnivore. I'm terrible at this.
You forgot already.
Satisfy your hunger for horror.
I picked this film, so I will.
This is Mike's
I will start.
responsibility.
Jack, you're doing a hell of a job hosting.
I'm taking the
I
reins.
feel like I'm doing a great job. You're welcome.
I picked Carnivore based on 3 stills in the back, all of which legitimately appeared in the film. One was a silhouette of a man with a smoke machine behind him. The middle picture I thought was the president because it says the official seal and the flag, and it says of the United States.
Not Cameron Mitchell.
Not Cameron Mitchell. It should have been played by Cameron Mitchell. Turns out it was the head of the CIA, FBI.
Head of the government agency in charge of monsters.
Yes, some sort of agency that bought, possibly rented an abandoned house.
They didn't rent it. I read it as they created a house that looked abandoned from scratch.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, well, that's a stretch.
Because if they were renting, I'd like to see that lease agreement.
Yeah.
That's some
$60 a month to rent this abandoned house with no plumbing or heat
You
or
can't just
electricity.
buy an old house because it's not going to have a lab underneath it.
That's true.
So you have to build an abandoned house from scratch.
It's like that mansion in Jurassic World: Fallen Kingdom, where it's like a mansion, but underneath there's an entire like dinosaur DNA research
The
facility.
one that Stretch Cunningham had no idea about?
Yeah.
Well, possibly they built an underground research lab and then brought in like a movie studio haunted house set and plopped it on
The
top.
movie studio is being very generous.
To detract.
They went to the local JC's haunted house and they took their sets.
And they wanted to detract from teenagers trying to sneak into their haunted house on Halloween to have sex. when they could have just built their underground laboratory anywhere.
In the middle of nowhere, in the desert,
middle of nowhere.
At Area 51. Let's do our monster experiments in Area 51.
Oh my
Put it where it is now. Put it in the small town, but then just build like a big concrete
Lame.
brick with a door on top. Just something that's not enticing for people to go into and have sex in.
They don't want the teenagers to come into the haunted house, yet they have a haunted house that drunken teenagers would want to come into.
Here's the thing, Rich. They say they don't want teenagers to come into their house, yet they have just dirty beds laying everywhere.
And like stacks of condoms next to the bed.
Specifically for teenagers to have sex on.
And something is playing like sexy Kenny G music.
That edit made it look like they're watching.
I know.
Yeah.
That's pornography.
It's getting a little mouthy, nipply there.
Yeah.
There's a little sex scene.
You're skipping ahead 45 minutes into the movie. We gotta talk about the first 45 minutes where nothing happens.
Oh, okay. Well, we just did.
Oh, yeah.
The one guy in I think what was the best scene in the film when we finally see the carnival.
Oh God, yes.
What? Oh!
That's out.
Savagely This went from 0 to 60.
0 to 60 in 40 minutes. You see, he starts tearing the guy apart and throwing his guts everywhere. But then after that, our other 3 surviving teenage leads vanish from the film.
They're just gone. The cops get to the house, and our teenage characters are like, "There's a monster in the house. There's a monster in the house."
You go. Shut up.
Why can't you go outside?
Told him to shut up.
The real story here is the monster gets out. Scientist lady comes to save the monster, and her meatheads shoot it. That's the whole story.
Yeah.
And for an hour of the movie is them just driving to the house while teenagers play around in it.
Yes.
The teenagers.
We didn't realize that the people driving to the house were the main characters. We thought the teenagers in the house were the main characters.
Right.
Here's the thing. The film is not focused on main characters. The film is focused on a subversion of expectations. This is an early Rian Johnson movie where you think that the monster is a bad guy. That's just a vicious, clawing monster.
And we thought that because he viciously tore the guts out of a kid, took that person's guts and threw it at Kelly Bundy.
Because
he was bad because of these things.
You know what that's
where
called?
He does evil things.
Setup.
Yeah.
Setup.
Although it's explained in the film that the monster is triggered by pheromones.
Well, we discover that after the fact. Payoff. Yeah. The setup happens after the payoff.
It's payoff and setup.
Yeah.
It subverts your expectations.
Like I said, this is an early Rian Johnson film. But the monster communicates with CIA, FBI, whatever lady, government lady. We'll call her government lady. You think the movie's about a psychopathic, bloodthirsty carnivore monster that's grown in a lab that's just going to kill indiscriminately, but really, the monster is the victim.
It's about an evil government agency that wanted the monster killed instead of studied because. We never find out why the government agency lady was an entirely different person for half of the car ride.
Hey, listen. We believe she fell asleep.
Yeah, she seems like
I heard all that.
Why is she sleeping?
Why is she sleeping?
What's happening?
For some reason, government lady, she's taking a nap in the limousine in a very strange fashion that covers up her entire face.
You oddly don't see her face. And
Very
we were
weird.
like, this is weird. What if they couldn't get the actress that day, and that's the director in a wig?
That's what it is.
You think?
Probably. Actress couldn't show up that day.
And you go, okay, well, for one shot, I guess that's a clever workaround. You got to work within your limitations, but then it happens like 3 more times.
Yeah. She's in the background, like on the phone or on a conference call.
Go check the containment. I'm calling it in.
That is so the director in a wig.
That's brilliant. So did she leave production early because she realized what a shit movie she was in? Did they not have the budget to get her for those days?
I think it's they had the movie scheduled out. She was sort of a big deal in Arkansas.
She was in a Crest commercial.
She was
5 years before.
She was in the commercial, so this was like their big get. And they're like, oh, we only have her for a couple days. We'll shoot everything we can, and anything we don't need her for, I'll just wear a wig. The director said that.
They could have cut that whole scene out.
Yeah.
And
well, that's the thing is that scene didn't have anything to do with anything.
You know what? You could have cut every scene out. And it would have been a good movie.
Literally, you could cut out the entire teenagers being in the house, and the movie still makes
Which is the
perfect
first
sense.
half of the movie, which we thought that was what the movie was about until it wasn't anymore.
You could make this movie 2 minutes long. The monster rips apart the teenager, and the monster rips apart the cop's face.
The film does everything wrong.
Yeah.
Even the monster, and the sets, all
And
the actors,
plots.
plot.
We did
There's
get a
not
cut-
much more to the movie, otherwise we would be listing off more things.
I think we should focus on some of the good. Well, really, like the 2 good, which is
The
two,
one wall, that
the
fucking
3
wall
good.
was sweet. We see the same wall over and over and over.
The famous wall.
The famous wall where it's like they had like exposed brick, but it's just like a decal that they just put on the wall. And we see that wall multiple times throughout the film.
They're going from
famous
one
wall
white room
episode.
With fake exposed bricks to another white room with fake exposed bricks.
Huh. I have to give
That
him
wall,
shelter.
the wall with the light beams, was amazing, but wasn't utilized.
I was thinking of the other wall.
The original wall was utilized more than the wall with the light beams. I think they came up with the wall with the light beams later. Somebody fell and I fell and poked holes in the wall.
Oh, look at that! There's light coming through the wall.
And then
Film it!
film it. And they realized, we could do that.
Wait, Jay, are you on team brick wall? Because I'm on team light wall.
Oh, I'm on
See, light wall must be used sparingly or else it will get old.
That's true.
But it's so
And it is used
visually
sparingly.
compelling.
Those are your money shots.
Money shots. You need those shots.
But you don't want the whole movie to be money shots.
Money
That's
Money
exhausting.
Shot is a specific one-time use only. Team Brick Wall, they reuse their wall
over and over and over again. That's what I'm saying. It's old news.
Because it's, you know what, it's reliable, it's sturdy, it's dependable.
This movie sucks so much, we're talking about a wall. A wall in the background.
The best character in the film.
Wait. We're Team Light Wall.
Yeah.
Jay's clearly Team Brick Wall. Rich?
I think the brick wall is more interesting because it's so stupid. You can't have the whole movie be the interesting wall.
Do you remember the Carnosaur?
You need boring walls in between the interesting wall shots to make the interesting wall just that much more special.
Wait, do you remember?
No.
When our 4 main characters went up the attic of the house.
Yes.
I do.
I actually don't.
And it was this wonderful, visually interesting land. There were lots of things up there. There was
nothing up there but cobwebs.
The attic was filled with weird, interesting things.
It was filled with cobwebs.
No.
And one candelabra
They
from a
wanted
haunted
to
house.
come back with the truck and rob the attic. It was filled with so many interesting things.
There was nothing in that attic.
The subplot where they were going to steal things that just fell out of the movie. But that happened in the attic.
Did that happen?
Yes,
That happened.
Yes. He wanted to come back with the truck, steal the candelabra, steal multiple things from the attic because it was so interesting.
Do you remember when the monster got stabbed in the head with the nails on the board? And then the wounds turned into horns?
That was in the attic.
Fuck yeah!
They
never went.
They went up to the attic, and then they came down from the attic, and then they were gone from the.
But I'm saying, why didn't they go back to the attic?
Because they disappeared from the movie entirely.
This is classic Team Brick Wall gaslighting. You're just maybe steamrolling over the important facts to support your narrative.
Maybe.
all right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
typical.
Maybe they found something in the attic that made them ascend from the movie into a higher plane of existence.
Oh, okay.
They are bullshit. Team Brick Wall is bullshit.
Team Brick Wall's bullshit.
I want to address your point that the walls exposed fake bricks was a fake sticker on the wall. I don't think it was.
Oh.
I think.
Do you think the science lab that's in the movie was a real science lab?
Oh, you prick. You're gonna go to hell.
Wait a minute. You saying movies are fake? You shut up.
This was based on a true story.
I read all about it in Zach Bagans' Haunted Museum.
The carnivore is real. Zach Bagans' Haunted Museum.
It's time.
What the fuck is he doing? Jay is pouring shots of Maker's Mark?
Yeah, I'm pouring shots. Thinking about having that in this.
Okay, last time
All I'm doing is making it worse for myself.
Hey, Jack.
Well, we didn't conclude our discussion of carnivore. We just stopped.
Cardboard?
Much like cardboard sauce.
We just stopped.
Wait, I didn't cheers your glass.
You have hay in
You
yours.
didn't cheers my glass either.
Wait, you have a piece of hay.
Don't you know how this works?
No.
Do you cheer things?
This was a bad idea. A very bad idea.
Remember when you murdered cats?
Remember when you murdered
Good night,
cats?
sweet cats.
Who
This is
brought
the cats
fucking shot
episode.
glasses?
We thought it'd be funny. It turns out that's a terrible idea.
Here's
I
the thing.
never murdered cats,
You
Mike.
grew up on the farm, you get a lot of cats, sometimes the cats gotta go down.
Why are you doing this to me?
Good night, sweet cat.
All you're doing is making this harder and harder.
When Jay dies and he reaches the pearly gates, there's thousands and thousands of cats.
Cats don't have souls, that's not a
Yes, they
problem.
do, and they have worms coming out of their ears.
That's
And
dogs, and they don't. Welcome, Jay! I've never killed a cat!
Josh, you saw like movies from here on out, right?
You just
You wanna-
swap with
Do you want to switch places?
Here, come on.
That's the word. Like it doesn't make sense for. We're done. Okay. Keep going. No. Keep talking.
There is a glider.
Keep
No,
talking,
seriously,
Jack.
I
Keep
want-
talking,
That's
Jack.
the glider.
Finish your sentence.
This episode brought to you by alcohol.
What the fuck is happening?
Doodling?
Why is Rich freaking out?
He's not.
I'm gonna take a walk.
Rich has rightfully given up. This is gone. This is gone. This is gone.
Oh.
Jack, I'll see you in a few days when we redo this
All
episode.
right. Okay, continue.
All right.
We need an actual transition.
No,
if we're
it has to just cut to someone else being here.
Is Mike just gonna lay down and...
This is the one where it was so bad they just like filmed most of it the next day. It's the Good Night, Sweet Cats.
Maybe,
Yeah,
you
they
never
are
murdered cats.
You
Mike.
grew up down and...
Where there's a redo this episode.
All right. Okay, continue.
All right.
We need an actual transition.
No,
if
it
we're-
has to just cut to someone else being here.
Is Mike just gonna lay down and...
And we're back. We decided to take, a break for a few days.
No reason.
No particular reason. It's possible that one of us got a little out of control. But now we're back, and we're going to continue talking about these movies as if nothing had happened.
So, the next movie we watched was Haunted Ween. Rich, can you please talk about Haunted Ween?
Yes, well, in the grand tradition of Halloween horror movies, Haunted Ween is a college drunken horror comedy.
Until it isn't anymore.
Until it isn't anymore. Well, it starts off as a horror movie where there's a haunted house. There's a kid who does the tickets out front. He wants to be one of the people who does the scares inside.
Well, we technically start off, this is like 20 years in the past.
Yes.
But there's a flash forward within that flashback where he's just like, some kid is chasing a girl in a room and we don't know what's happening. And then the title comes in Comic Sans.
Comic Sans, like, before Comic Sans is even a thing, isn't it?
I think this movie invented Comic Sans.
In the grand tradition of Halloween movies, we invented the Comic Sans font.
The kid, his name is Eddie Berber, and this is the Berber family farm / haunted house. And
Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers, and Berber.
Berber.
Eddie Berber.
Remember how I theorized like what the Berber auto glass, Berber family air conditioning and ductwork.
Yay, that would explain some things in this movie because
they make industrial ductwork for buildings and they're practicing on their own home. It's like a family business.
You put it together.
Yeah.
You put it together.
That's why.
The Berber family house has like the ductwork out of Die Hard for some reason.
Here's where we get to the fun part: is this little boy is chasing a girl around the kill room.
Yes.
And
his whole thing is like he has to take the tickets to the front gate, but he wants to be a part of the haunted house. And so he sneaks in with the girl.
So he sneaks in with the girl to scare her, to chase her around, and she accidentally impales herself on some sort of stick.
What? That's a fantastic question.
It's just bizarre because it's like you either have an accident and then he feels guilt from the accident and that drives him crazy, or he's a homicidal maniac and he kills her, but instead they do both?
I definitely think they were going for that accidental death that drove him crazy. The problem is, it like drives him instantly crazy.
Yes. Yes. To the point that he can manifest machetes out of nowhere.
We're not exaggerating to say the next 50 minutes of this movie is a straight-up boner college comedy.
Teens in the 90s love this music.
This swing music was back on the up and up.
I theorized during the screening that this was just a horror comedy about saving the frat. And they retrofitted it to make it a horror film.
Shot a couple little scenes to sprinkle in. It almost feels like that for a good 75% of the movie.
Hey, they reshot 98% of Solo, a Star Wars story. So you can do some things.
Mike, that might be too deep of a cut. No one remembers Solo.
Yeah. Was this Kathleen Kennedy's first producer job? Reshoot the whole film.
We shot one film, now let's reshoot half of it to make a new film.
But one's a horror movie and one's a boner comedy. It's fine. We'll get Ron Howard. I don't know why Kathleen Kennedy has a smoker's.
I don't know.
Hey! And most important, bear!
Oh my God! Who invited Lou Ferrigno?
Hey!
What are they talking about?
Evil Tunes. I didn't remember this starts with David Carradine
This is
paying
seriously just
himself
the crew fucking
for
around.
a movie.
Here's the thing, this movie, right? The actual, once you get to the horror part at the end, it's actually a neat premise.
You know.
Oh, Jesus.
He always wanted to be a part of the show as a kid. He was too young.
That's right.
Oh,
okay. That's fair.
Okay, I was not.
Yeah, you need to remind the audience of that more than, like, you know, have it in the opening scene and then an hour later.
More than having 50 minutes of, we gotta have fundraiser.
Yeah, all that shit.
You know, it's like, well, I got this great idea with this haunted house that the kids are doing, but the kills are real in this one room. I can't just do the whole movie about the kills. College frat house needs the money, and then before you know it, you've got an hour of just crap.
I just rewatched Revenge of the Nerds. Let's just do that.
This really needed to be an episode of Tales from the Crypt.
Yeah, this is a half an hour's worth of story stretched.
You keep the intro. You cut out 99% of the frat. You keep, we have money troubles, but introduce the characters who get killed. Haunted house, killer, there you go.
She's a good actor. She can really act. She is good. It looks so real.
You keep it a brisk 20 minutes. Leave enough time for the Crypt Keeper to show up at the beginning and the end, and you're golden.
I think the problem with this being a Tales from the Crypt episode, though, if you were to make this like 25 minutes long, is that 15 of that would be the girl stripping and walking into the water. Oh. Oh, hey, I saw Halloween.
Yeah. Taking her sweet ass time.
It's very, very cold. She's trying to ease into
I
it.
am walking into the water now.
Ferris, what are you doing?
Trying to focus the camera.
This is why you made the movie.
You fucking it up. I focused on the fog again.
I spent 7 hours trying to talk her into taking her top off my film, and you can't get her.
Wait, what? I got it.
If the character arc of the killer was that his psychosis was he needed to kill people inside of a haunted house in order to fulfill his fantasy of being the guy inside the haunted house that kills people.
Yeah.
Why in the heck did he kill those 2 people in the woods?
Because so much time had gone on.
Because the movie had gone on for an hour and there was no kills.
Because at that point he could have been walking around the town just killing locals, you know, just random people, or just have been a regular old serial killer.
You found a plot hole in this movie, Mike. You did it. I'm shocked.
How dare you, haunted ween?
Just get on with it, though.
No, he's being a showman.
Why didn't it fall forward?
Boo! Boo! The haunted ween starts.
So, well, the last, 15, 20 minutes is finally what the entire point of the movie is supposed to be. Which is these people go in one room, there's fake killings. Oh, man, you cut a person in half and it's mannequin legs. And then you go in the second room, and that's where Eddie Berber's doing the real killing.
If you're gonna do that premise, you actually need to really nail the acting and the effects in the real portion.
She's a good actor. She can really act.
The wrist was pretty.
Well, that's the thing is that's the main character's girlfriend. She's duct taped to the wall, and Eddie Berber cuts her guts out and then slits her wrists.
I'm glad they spent so much time on that romance subplot.
Yeah, it really paid off. But then it turns out that she's fine. It's just a flesh wound. I don't know.
You're gonna be fine, Mel.
The girl, she needs to go outside to take a leak. And then he picks her up. It looks like he's shaking a martini. What happened in that scene?
Right. Remember, he lifted her up so high that she hits her head on a tree branch.
We don't know.
We don't know what happened. Either that or she got so scared as she was being lifted up that she just passed out. Whatever happened, it was wrong.
It was a little off frame.
When you get a sudden jerky motion, I don't know about you guys, but I just immediately, I'm done for it.
You're like one of those goats. You hear a loud sound and just...
Is that a thing that happens?
Fainting goats.
I've never heard of
You
this.
never heard of the fainted goats?
No.
If you startle them, they have some kind of just flaw.
It's like a design flaw in a goat.
It's like some kind of just genetic flaw that has been bred into them.
This is legitimately the most amazing thing I've heard in a long time.
Come on, buddy. Scoop. And there he goes.
There are goat farms that specialize in these specific goats, so people can go there, pay money to scream at goats and make them fall down. So you go to the farm.
Why are we still here? I want to go right now.
This is goat farm. Go and watch goats,
and the goats
fall down. This episode's gonna be a little late, guys. We gotta go scream at
We gotta go to a goat farm.
That's how we can destroy the movie. The goat falls on the table.
So the end of the movie, the hillbilly guy shoots the flamethrower down the ductwork at Eddie Berber.
Which apparently burns him, but not his mask.
Yes, it burns the skin under his mask, but the mask is fine.
I guess it's that.
I guess it's Eddie Berber who was a kid in the beginning of the film. Like the twist would be if it were like one of the frat guys. If it were like Big Chin.
Oh yeah, right.
Big Chin would be a twist.
Big Chin would be a twist.
Was that a love triangle?
Yeah,
that's right. They introduced the love triangle, and then
he
that
wasn't
happens.
happy with the frat. The girl wasn't happy with Tim Tebow. She's like, your friends are crazy. I'm gonna go date this guy. Yeah. Oh, Rich. Like I said, you need to write 80s horror movies.
They're very popular right now. You could make a lot of money.
There you go.
Just even the most simple ideas that we just barf out here.
Maybe at some point in the future, like I will be sucked backwards in time, and I wrote all of these films.
And each of these films has a warning for you not to get sucked back in time, but you're not paying attention. You're making fun of the movies.
Well, if we wanted to make our own Haunted Ween, we could start an Indiegogo for it. I think it's safe to say we'd make more money than the actual Indiegogo for Haunted Ween 2 made.
How embarrassing.
How embarrassing.
And you know, sometimes we get a little squeamish about pointing stuff like this out, but clearly whoever started this Indiegogo is a huge dickhead.
Well, we looked him up. What was his name? It was like Dickie Bushman or something weird.
That's exactly what it was.
I don't remember that, but
he had some name where you're like, oh, that sounds like the name of a sleaze bag.
He had like 85 films to his name, and they were like, Cheerleader, Slumber, Massacre, Tit, Stab, Party, 6.
Yeah.
It was just like...
Rich, are you taking notes? Slumber, Teenage Massacre,
Slumber,
Tit,
Teenage,
Stab.
Tit Massacre?
Yeah. That's the next script you have to work on and send back in time.
There's no slumber party, no teenagers, no massacre, no tits. They screwed it up.
But see, now that we've mentioned that movie, it magically just appeared on our shelf up there. It's like, oh, now it's in our lives. You always wonder about that, because like Doug Robertson, he never made another movie after this. They're like, it's just that one thing.
Mm-hmm. They got film cameras. They showed some behind the scenes stuff where they have like dolly tracks. And they're doing their best. They looked at it and they said, oh my God, this is a big piece of shit. And this was a big pain in the ass. Let's just stop. Others.
I'm gonna go get my law degree.
Yeah. Others have not been so wise.
That's true.
They've just continued.
That's true.
He had that soul-searching moment. It was like,
Yeah.
I don't want to be the next Don Dohler.
Right. Yeah. Why keep trying? The first one was just terrible.
I could be a manager at a hardware store.
Maybe that's why the movie just awkwardly ends. Like.
Excuse me.
I wouldn't have expected
Wait,
such
what?
a big...
What?
Oh my God, he's just gonna drive away.
That's unexpected. Bye!
The engine's still running fine.
This is exciting.
Oh my God! That's the end!
Alright. Give me good taskman. I'm gonna need like two more good
fucking
tasks.
amazing.
83
The
slate.
van is on fire and it drives off. It fades to black because that was just when they gave up.
They clearly had a tractor with a chain that was pulling this van along, and they thought it looked cool that it was still going.
I guess.
And then
Maybe it started rolling down the hill and they just added in
Yeah,
like an
maybe.
engine noise.
Oh.
Yeah.
rolled right
Well, that was
into,
one
like, a
19
Little
tasks.
League
So
baseball game.
don't talk to this guy. Talk to the lady.
That's why they
Keep
never made
rolling.
another movie.
Keep rolling. This is great.
They're all in prison.
They're all-
The Indiegogo campaign, it's a front. It's just their legal fees.
Their parole's coming up.
Mount Karun. Alright, Konar, give me something good. Dust Devils again.
So that was Haunted Ween.
Lizardmen and the Lizardmen.
Part one.
Canyon.
Haunted Ween.
Number
Part
2's
one.
coming.
Number
I'm not
2 is
killing the
coming as soon
shamans,
as we
though.
raise the money in our own
I might kill
Indiegogo.
the
That
shamans.
Haunted Ween already was number 2.
So,
Oh my god.
geez, the corn.
Mike had 15 shots in between
There
the
was
last
a
discussion
ghost.
and
A
now-
ghost just touched my soul. A ghost.
On the family farm, the Packard family farm, there have been rumors of the corn coming alive
Oh,
and
heavens.
attacking people.
the corn itself?
The corn.
That sounds like the least scary thing ever.
You would think so.
That's
but
less scary than Haunted Ween.
That would have been a
pretty
better
spooky.
segue if you said Black Roses.
Our next film is called Black Roses.
Let's do Birdhouse Run, and then we are done.
Our next film is called Black Roses. It is a rock and roll demon scary movie, as is now apparently a tradition.
That's tradition. We do the heavy metal horror.
Yeah.
I don't know why that has become a thing, but it has.
Jay, why don't you tell us all about Black Roses?
Black Roses is a cautionary tale about the evils of heavy metal. Non-ironically, it's not even like, oh, the townspeople, they think metal is evil, but it really isn't. No, this is like Reefer Madness for the 80s for metal.
We have had no corrupting influences here to speak of until now. And now we find that disciples of the devil are invading our town and threatening to steal our children away from us. Yes. Yes, their image.
Looks awesome.
I drew this myself.
Oh, this is so frightening, this cartoon skeleton.
With googly eyes.
Usually in a movie, once you've got like the uptight locals in the small town who are against the things that scare them because they're not familiar with it coming into town, they're usually in the wrong.
Yeah.
Yes. In this town, they have a meeting because the band Black Roses is coming to town for 5 nights in the small town of Mill Creek. Most well known.
Population 1,000.
Population 1,000. Most well known for manufacturing shitty DVDs.
Yeah.
But yeah, the band is coming to town for 5 days. They have like an entire town hall meeting in the auditorium where Nancy Reagan is like, this is going to be terrible. They're going to corrupt our children. But then like the mayor, or whoever that guy is, he's like, no, remember the Beatles?
Rock and roll's about rebellion. What about Elvis? Little Richard, Chuck Berry. Remember when they first came out, did your parents squawk? And what about the Beatles? Now, let's don't forget the Beatles.
So you're like, oh, so I side with this guy. Turns out Nancy Reagan was right all along.
Yeah. The mayor's a little laid back. Yeah, he's like, remember rock and roll? Our parents were scared.
Loosen up, squares.
Elvis,
Yeah, no, it turns out the band is evil. They do corrupt the children, and everything just goes to hell.
One of the following scenes is all the adults go to preview the first night's concert.
Yes.
And it's a very like clean show, and the guy's singing like
it's like a ballad, like a
yeah,
rock ballad.
and it's like, and they're all just like, yeah, what's the problem, you know?
45 seconds into the song, they're like, that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, they are awfully loud, but the children do seem to be enjoying themselves. I don't suppose there's any real harm to them.
We're to assume that they've never seen any previous material or heard music from Black Roses. They're going solely on their Cartoon Skull logo. We haven't even heard the music.
But look at this terrifying cover. It could be based on what we discover throughout the movie, which is that the band is evil and they turn into weird, lumpy monsters. As we see in the opening scene, which is them playing in another town. They're already the monsters. So I would assume word travels. And so when they're saying like this band is evil, like my cousin is in another town, and they were there, and they turned into Ninja Turtle monsters.
They just played it. They just played in Portland.
Yeah.
And the entire crowd turned into zombies and ate people. I don't think they should come here.
Yeah.
Is the arc of the story so far.
An entire auditorium of people being murdered or dying might have made the news.
Yeah, you'd think.
Like we were all eaten by monsters in a rock concert, and video cameras were around.
And it was Black Roses who did it.
Yeah.
Black Roses.
They're on the bill.
Is an evil band who turns us into monsters.
Yeah.
And they're just reading the news.
This film would work in like 1890. You know, the band travels faster than like the letter carrier on the. But you know, it doesn't.
You have a
really
ticking clock element where they got to get to the next town before the band plays.
We have to beat the Pony Express to the next town.
Hold on, guys. I've just received a telegram.
Well, as we do discover, the people in this town are not very bright, which is why all the high school students are 40 years old.
No, yeah.
They're the same age as the teachers.
They keep repeating the 12th grade.
It never fails to make me smile when that one student who is clearly over 40 years old tries to overcompensate for his age by physically acting young.
Oh, God.
I mean, it's like every time there's something I really want, somebody takes it away.
How silly does that 45-year-old man feel doing that on the phone?
He's just happy to be working, all right?
He doesn't care that he's dressed like Ernest P. Worrell.
In Canada, he's 34. Because of conversion.
Only what they think is evil is evil. You know, they call the shots because they're the adults.
That's the 45-year-old man.
And that's why I've been on the school council for 15 years.
This is actually a PTA meeting.
Getting the board together.
Utilizing the classroom.
The only way I could keep track of who was the teacher and who was the student is that the teacher had a Tom Selleck
All right.
mustache.
Bye, stream.
That's one of the